we have a roll call, please?
Dr. Murphy? Present. Mr. Castillo?
Present.
Dr. Davis?
Here.
Ms. Ellis?
Here.
Mr. Garvey?
Here.
Ms. Holloway?
Here.
Mr. Millery?
Here.
Mr. Morris?
Here.
Ms. Orange-Jones?
Here.
Mr. Rock? Ms. Boucher?
Here.
We have a quorum.
Thank you. We need to get the agenda approved. Can I get a motion to approve the agenda? Ms. Jones?
So moved.
So moved. We have a second by Mr. Morris. Thank you. Do we have any comments about the agenda? Hearing none. Do we have any objections to the motion? Hearing none, the motion carries. Next item, please.
Next item is consideration of revisions to Bulletin 111, Louisiana School District and State Accountability System regarding the state accountability system. The recommendation is to approve.
Okay, can we get a motion to approve this item? Ms. Jones?
I'd like to make substitute motion.
Well, we need to get this one on the floor first.
Sure.
Do we have a motion? Can we get a second, Mr. Morris? Okay, Ms. Jones?
I'd like to offer a substitute.
Ms. Jones? It's seconded by Mr. Morris.
Morris. Second by
Mr. Morris, I'm sorry, correct that. Mr. Morris made the motion, Ms. Jones seconded the motion. And now, Ms. Jones, here's the floor.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would just like to offer a substitute to the recommendation with two parts. The first is I'd like to offer that no progress points will be earned by a student who has not moved up a level during the previous 3 years unless they are already at mastery. And so that's the first supplement I'd like to offer. And the second is I'd like to strike section 501N from the bulletin.
The rest of the motion would stay the same?
Yes, sir.
Okay. We have a substitute motion on the second by Mr. Miller. We need to open this up for discussion, or should we hear from speakers first? Yes, ma'am. Ms. Jones?
Would love to read it again. Okay, so the first is no progress points will be earned by a student who has not moved up a level during the previous 3 years unless they are already at mastery or advanced. And the second is to strike section 501N from the bulletin.
Or from the proposal?
From the proposal. Yes.
And the motion was to add no progress points for a student that does not move up a letter grade unless they are already at mastery or advanced?
Correct, yes.
Or
Not a
advanced.
letter grade, but a level.
A level. A level.
Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Does that clarify, Ms. Boucher? Would maybe Ms. Jones, you'd like to explain?
Yeah, and then 501 is 501N, which is the just the N.
That's the section that says that the formula would revert, the part of the formula regarding progress points would revert back to 25% instead of being at 40%, unless some changes to the progress calculations were made.
Yeah, I'd like to strike that.
Okay. Mr. Castillo.
Question.
Oh, we need a second on that.
Oh, no, Mr. Miller says.
Okay.
Miller, second that,
Thank you.
if it's appropriate. Question.
Yes, sir.
So, Mr. Miller, I appreciate the amendment, and I'd like to ask, would you explain the rationale? We had a discussion about
Yeah.
that, I think it'd be helpful for the
Happy,
public.
happy to. Going back months now, and actually going back to my time very early on the board when we had initially the discussion, it was on Jones, I think you can correct me if I'm wrong, but how all of this started was trying to correct, I think correct is the correct term, what was a perceived issue with the 3 through 8 growth model. And from there, Mr. Castile, I think you expanded it to be, instead of just the growth, to a full review of the accountability. Mr. Castile, please correct me if I'm wrong on that, but I think that was your proposal. One of the concerns that I have had with the awarding the modified banner, you have step 1, if you don't make step 1, you go to step 2, and then step 2 is now a 50% and above. If this was 4 years ago, 3 years ago, I've lost track of time. If this was before COVID, let's put it that way, we would not be having this conversation because there would not be a precedent for wholesale decline in NAEP scores, LEAP scores, everything. If we have learned anything, unfortunately, from COVID, it is possible for our entire student body in K-12 to regress. And what I don't want, under the proposal that we're about to vote on, is for students to receive 100 points, which is the equivalent of an A. Now, that's a whole separate issue, whether it should be 100 points, 100.5 points, whatever. But you're essentially telling students and parents and our constituents and the citizens of Louisiana that you get 100 points. You get an A for a student being in the top 50% of growth. And so my concern is, and I've shared this with anybody who will listen, you're telling people you're an A if you're in the top 50% of growth for a school. I know we've made progress on the NAEP scores, and there's some concern there as to why we made progress on the NAEP scores. But we're not there. We still are in the bottom half of our states when compared to everyone. We're not there. And I think everybody on this board agrees. We don't want to be in the bottom half. And so we're going to give everybody an A and signify to all the parents, to everyone, you're an A in the 3 through 8 level just because you were in the top 50% of growth. Well, what are the guardrails? Where can we get there? And my concern is there's nothing in this proposal without this amendment that says you actually have to grow. In the proposal, without my amendment, it says if you're in the top half, and Dr. Brumley and I have talked about this, I've talked to a number of people on this board about this, the department, you cannot guarantee without this amendment that a kid in the top 50% would not receive points if they regressed. I understand that there's not vertical alignment. That's a whole nother issue that I want to fix. And I see Ms. Holloway nodding her head there. We got to fix vertical alignment. Because you cannot compare 3rd grade to 4th grade to 5th grade to 6th grade without vertical alignment. I see some people in the audience nodding their head. That's got to be fixed. You can't do this. My concern is that we're going to be rewarding schools and systems and kids for growing when they haven't grown. How can we look all of the voters, all of our parents, everyone in the eye and tell them we're improving schools if a kid didn't grow, if they're not going to mastery? Mastery is our North Star. If I'm wrong, somebody correct me. Grade level is our North Star. How are we going to look the 4.5 million, give or take, people in this state and tell them we're improving education in the state if we aren't telling them you have to be on grade level? If anybody on this board feels differently, please correct me. I'm open to it. But we don't improve Louisiana. We don't improve the economy. We don't improve our quality of life. We don't improve the incarceration rate. We don't improve, period, unless we fix education in this state. And how do we fix education in this state if our kids can't read? If our kids cannot do the fundamentals? The guardrails that we are able to put in place as a board, that's what we can fix. We can't fix how long somebody's incarcerated. We can't fix any of the other myriad of problems that our state has. We can control what we can control. I want to make sure that we fix what we can fix. We can fix, hey, you're not rewarding school systems if you don't progress. And so my amendment ensures you can fix what we can fix. I understand this may not be popular. Understand that. Let's put something in place that says if you don't progress, you don't get points. I think that answers your question, Ms. Castillo. If it doesn't, I'm happy to answer the question.
So I asked you to comment, Mr. Nolan. The issue I raised was with respect to N, which would now be removed. And what I had difficulty with is the language that said should no improved methodology be approved by the board for use beginning with the 2025-2026 school year. The weight of growth shall remain at 25% and no progress index. Extra focus measures shall be implemented. So my concern, and I asked that this be made as a substitute motion for consideration before all the public comment, because frankly, I'd like those who are going to comment on that line of thinking so that we have the benefit of getting your input, because that has been a big issue that's been discussed among BESE members and several advocates. The issue with N is that growth has been such a big part of this discussion. If this were to be approved with N, there's a likelihood that we could find ourselves 6 months, a year down the road, and growth never changes. We revert back to the 25%. I don't know if that solves the problem with Mr. Melvin's proposal, but that's the proposal. I thought it was important that this be brought to the public because we're having conversations, and we have all of you here, experts who are going to comment. And frankly, I'd like to get feedback on that part of it. I know that there are other parts of the proposal that people will want to comment on, but that is one that has been highlighted that I think is particularly important.
And Mr. Castell, let me comment on that. So by removing that, what we're saying is, one, you don't get points unless you actually win. And two, we're also saying you get the full extra 25% points. So I think that actually addresses your question, which is you get the 25 points automatically. It goes into effect by removing that. The full, and Ms. Jones, correct me if I'm wrong, it goes up to that extra 25% automatically triggered, basically. It goes into effect, correct? But when the proposal takes effect, regardless of whether the rest of the growth formula would be tackled, it would go into effect. But by inserting that language, I think there's a consensus on the board of we need to get vertical alignment, and so that would address the other concerns. And you would get 25 points, but also at the same time, you wouldn't get it if you don't actually win. So I think that's Mr. Garvey's nodding. I think that is the simplest way to say that.
So in terms of simplicity, we may be oversimplifying the issue. And that's what I want to get at, because there are nuances in terms of calculating growth that maybe we are missing. And that's why, for those of you who are in the audience, I want to highlight that issue, because if we are, we might. I'd like to hear some comments to help inform our thinking and our decision-making process.
Okay, and Ms. Jones, everybody on the work group has been in this, so let me back up. When the modified ban logic was introduced, my immediate concern was by automatically rewarding points for the top 50%, we were signaling that that was the end goal. If you're in the top 50% compared to your peers, you would automatically get points. 100 points, which on the scale signifies an A athletic grade. If less than 50% of our kids can read on grade level, then less than 50% of our kids can perform math on grade level. I don't know that that is what should be considered to be a star. We can get into a conversation about whether the assessment is too hard, whether all of those other nuances. But my concern immediately was that, as has been in the newspapers and everything, Mr. Morris pointed this out, a number of other members of the board have pointed out, we've got concerns that if you cannot perform on grade level, that's not okay. And if more than half of our kids, so what we're saying, if we vote on this and reward points, tacitly is saying it's okay to not be on grade level. Let's just make that very clear to everybody. If you say we're going to give points and you're not on grade level, you're telling the people of Louisiana and the country and the world, we don't think you have to be on grade level to get an A in Louisiana. I'm not okay with that. And you're not improving. Look, it's another thing to not be on grade level and to be working towards it. I understand socioeconomics, everything. Not everyone is in a position that these board members are in where you can send your kids to a pre-K, K-5, everything like that. But we got to be working towards it. We got to be progressing towards it. That's the only way to turn the state around. And if we're not doing that, I don't think we should be getting an A. Ultimately, that's what it comes down to, is you should be getting the full, quote, full points if you're not progressing towards that. And 3 years, that's a full quarter of your time in elementary and secondary education. You can't get out of unsatisfactory or approaching basic in a quarter of your time. Then what are we doing? You're not setting, more point, you're not setting your kid up to succeed in college. You're not setting them up to succeed in a career. If you can't read on grade level, what are you doing? We failed. How are we going to reward with an A points to someone that failed? If someone can answer that question and can convince me that you should be an A if you're not progressing towards reading or doing math on grade level, I'm happy to change my mind. But to Mr. Morrison's point, by the time you graduate high school, you should be college or career ready. If in the 3 through 8 levels, you're not progressing a kid towards that, and they're behind grade level, and they're not getting their way towards being on grade level, how can we signify to the people of Louisiana that that's an A school? Mr. Morris has been very adamant about having what signifies an A, what signifies a B, C, D, E, F school. I think that answers your question. For me, it is, if you're not progressing towards that, it's not an A school. And we're going to give 100 points to somebody? We're going to signify to the people of Louisiana that's an A school? No. I'm sorry. If anybody disagrees with me, please comment. It's not an A school. I'm going to leave it at that.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Miller. Mr. Castillo, any further comments at
No,
this
sir.
time? Okay. You had asked for some input from public. Why don't we go ahead and move to that for right now? We have several cards. The first being, yes, ma'am.
I just need a clarification, and I do want to give the public before we would vote on this.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, but the clarification. First of all, you're saying leave section 501 as it is with the elimination of N, just N, and then add Mr. Miller's provision in it. Now, N, first of all, I'm not even sure if I understand N. N says, should no improved methodology be approved by the board for use beginning in the 25-26 school year, the weight of the progress shall remain at 25%, and no progress index section focused measures shall be implemented. Well, if, and this isn't necessarily Mr. Mellon's point, but the first one I'm trying to clarify, if N stayed in, and say we passed this, section 501 institutes, I guess, what we would have considered an improved methodology. So does N presuppose we're going to revisit it before 25, 26 and look at it again after we would have approved the rest of section 501? And if we did not revisit it, then
back.
and would be, I mean, the whole 105 thing would be thrown out and revert back to the entire old growth methodology?
Correct.
Is that what N implies?
Yes, that is what N implies.
So if N stayed in
The weight,
before,
sorry,
this,
sorry, the weight, which we're increasing today with this proposal, N says that it reverts back to the previous.
25%,
Correct.
if we don't improve, if we don't pass an improved methodology.
Correct.
But if we pass 501 and don't do anything else before 2025,
Yeah,
then that means we have not passed any improved methodology. Because if we consider this an improved methodology today, this new method,
I'm removing it.
you're removing all of
No,
our.
Go ahead.
Ms. Boucher, I think I can answer your question.
All right, please.
If you flip to page 1 of the proposal, there is a proposed change in the weighting system. What 501N says is it would add 25% to that proposal on page 1. So it would bring it up to, I think, 40%. 40%. If it does not, if there is not a subsequent post today change, it would stay at what is on page 1. If we go back and as a board, whether it's this board, subsequent years, subsequent days, for change, then it would automatically trigger the additional 25. But what is being voted on today is on page 1, or 5.
Okay, I still, we're looking at it wrong. If we would do nothing and pass the entire proposal right now,
Yeah.
okay, right now, no interest, no nothing, we would be passing this new weighting,
Yes.
meaning the 3 to 8 progress index would be 20% and the growth, the progress index 20 and the extra focus 20, so it's a total of 40% on progress, 20 and 20. So we would pass that today. So we would pass it to be that 40% focus, 20 and 20. And then 501 describes how the growth is calculated, how the growth is calculated, which puts in this new methodology that's being proposed. Then I read N, which says, should no improved methodology be improved by the board for use beginning with the 25-26 school year. I'm thinking another new improvement, because if we pass it today, it's 40% on growth, 20 and 20.
Yeah.
And it is according to this new formula. So if we pass it and we leave it like that, and if N stays in, the 40% would revert back to 25%, is what you're saying.
Because you brought up a very good point. There's an ambiguity in the language, which it could be read another way, saying growth would be weighted to be 65% of it. Which,
Now it said it would remain at 25%, which I don't know how it could remain if we put it to 40.
Exactly.
This doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense.
All right.
You're 100% correct. 100% correct.
Unless somebody keeps going, I don't even know what the intent of it.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. There's
Let me
this.
ask you, now that we kind of think that we're not even sure what that means.
That
Let me ask you, you're,
highlights what some superintendents look.
all right, let me ask you then, what you're proposing, they're very concrete. All right, first of all, I have to understand what you're asking for comment. So if you haven't moved up, we start, I guess we can start at third grade.
Yes.
So 3 years, third, fourth, and fifth. If the child has not moved up a grade level, say he's approaching basic at third, say he's approaching basic at fourth, say he's approaching basic at fifth. At that third year, with his fifth grade score, he would get no progress points, is what you're saying, regardless of what kind of growth, right?
Yeah.
Because he stayed in the same grade level, he didn't move up a grade level. what would happen to them if you did approach the BESE then at 6? What would the 6th grade growth be? And 7th and 8th, and even 9th and 10th high school? What would happen in subsequent years?
Okay.
You with me?
I wouldn't get it, but
You get 0, okay.
yeah, but I think you and I are commenting on the same thing, and we're coming at it from different angles. I think what we're doing is highlighting that this overall is not ready to be voted on. My concerns were my concerns. I think if we look around and we get to 11 people adding comments to it,
Okay.
I think 11 different people are going to have concerns. And they're going to pull on a thread, and we're going to get to 11 different threads that you can pull.
I'm just trying to understand what we're asking people to come.
And so mine, me, if you don't progress, you should get it. Boiling it down to that is what it is. I understand you as a superintendent in my home parish where I grew up had somebody.
Then you went up to the north.
I went up to the conference. It's such a and I see Dr. Gloria in here and he's laughing and so but that's what that's why.
So you're not sure. So the other question I have, and I really want to public, I just want to understand what this is. So you're saying even if you're an April 1 student that the legislature has said is going to be unacceptable content, or an ELO student with no language proficiency is going to apply to all students?
If anybody wants to clarify on that.
Okay, this would apply to every student, it's all.
If anybody wants to say it doesn't apply to gun students, I'm okay. Obviously, that's not my intent, it's just penalize it.
Okay, well then, I'm ready to hear comments. I
Okay.
just wanted to understand what the message.
Okay, let's call some speakers down. The first one we have is Stephen Wagisback with LABI, Louisiana Association of Business and Industry. He's not here. Okay, the second one is Dr. Ken Ortling with the St. Charles Parish School Board. And we also have come forward Jeff Powell with Rapides Parish Schools and Brace Godfrey from Baton Rouge Area Chamber. Can we have you come to the table? Oh, okay. And then can we have come sit on the second row and on the first row of the seats? The next set of speakers, which would be Barry Irwin, David Alexander, and Clay Corley. Thank you. Yes, we are going to have 2 minutes allotted for speaking for each speaker. So,
If I work with new clarification, we're speaking on any part of the current recommendation.
yes, the whole package is up for a vote when we conclude the speaking. So yes, the whole package. Thank you.
Okay. Good morning, Dr. Ken Orland, St. Charles Parish Public Schools. This conversation has lasted just 2 minutes. Draws into question what we've all been saying, I think the majority of us educators in the school system, relative to the questions that are drawn for this current proposal. Louisiana has its second highest poverty rate in the United States. 69% of our students are considered economically disadvantaged, and of our entire student population, approximately 43% are Black and 8% Latino, traditionally marginalized and underrepresented student groups. There are components of this framework that do not promote equity and exclusion for them, including just one portion, the College Career Acceleration Index, with overinflation of advanced placement and undervaluing of the Louisiana dual enrollment courses. According to the Louisiana 2022 Dual Enrollment Task Force report, students who took at least one dual enrollment course and earned college credit are far more likely than appears to complete a bachelor's degree. Your goal, BESE's goal, along with the Board of Regents, is that every student graduate with college credit. So promoting and incentivizing programs that reach this goal should be equally valued in our accountability system. Yet this current proposal incentivizes a far less successful AP program that rewards more affluent and less marginalized groups of students compared to Louisiana dual enrollment programs. In Louisiana, only 36.6% of students, 36.6% of students enrolled in AP courses earn a college credit. To highlight the achievement gaps in these courses, black students in 2021 only earn credit 16% of the time, while economically disadvantaged students earn credit only 21% of the time. Yet in Louisiana, during the same year, 91% of all students taking dual enrollment courses earned a Louisiana college credit. Let me repeat that. 91% earned a Louisiana college credit on their Louisiana transcript. As a parent of 2 high school students, I know which program I'm placing my children in. Seeing these courses firsthand, the difference is not rigor. It is a support of our public institutions as well as our teachers in our schools. Dual enrollment courses taught in our schools provide more support for students to be successful in the national AP program. AP courses represents far more affluent and less marginalized population of students, and yet we value it in this current system far more than our current Louisiana dual enrollment system, and by its nature of itself, has higher percentage of the same students in the state being more successful, considering we're the second highest poverty rate, and over 50% of our students are black or Hispanic. With all due respect, it's absurd and pretty much blatantly discriminatory to not value these Louisiana college credits equally in our accountability system. Dual enrollment credits are Louisiana credits, earned on a Louisiana college transcript, and is more equitable and inclusive for Louisiana students. As stated in the 2022 Louisiana Dual Enrollment Task Force report, a statewide framework will be necessary to harness these successful programs for the benefit of low-income, minority, and first-generation college students. Doing so will help achieve the state's goals, your goals as BESE members, as well as eliminate persistent and damaging equity gaps. A fully supported,
Wrap up. Conclude.
yes, sir. Conclude now. Thank you. A fully supported and funded statewide framework for dual enrollment is essential to preparing an increasing number of students for college and career. If we want to continue making progress, educational equity, and excellence for all in our state, expect our students to reach their highest standards, then I respectfully request you not approve the current proposal and continue to address the numerous issues this incomplete accountability system has in its current form. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Mr. Powell, would you introduce yourself and try to keep your comments to 2 minutes, please?
Thank you, Mr. Carter. Jeff Powell, Superintendent of Rapid East Parish Public Schools. I couldn't say it any better than what Mr. Ortman just said, Dr. Ortman. Obviously, this is happening amongst your board. It highlights one of the many issues with the current proposal. You've received emails, you've received explanations. While there are a handful of special interest groups that seem to support aspects of this proposal, I haven't seen or heard from anyone who supports every aspect of the proposal. In fact, it is even within the proposal that says, as was pointed out just now, certain points would be figured out at a later date. While that may sound good as a board, and the work that you're trying to accomplish, which we all want to support, we all want to make sure that we have an accountability system that adequately assesses student outcomes and the work that's taking place in our schools. There's nobody in here that doesn't believe that. We love children, we love our communities, and we love our state. That's the work that we do. The superintendents in this room, the educators in this room, we represent the 700,000 students that are enrolled in our schools, the teachers that we work with, the leaders in the communities, the higher ed institutions that we work very closely with. And many of us are doing this work within our communities to make sure that we're providing the high quality programs and activities to support the work going on in our communities. So we need an accountability system that adequately measures that, and the only way you're going to get that is if the people that have the biggest stake in this sit down in a room together, not in a bunch of separate meetings, but sit down in a room together and talk about what's important to this state and what's important to our communities. The little nuances, as was discussed previously, we can take each aspect of this proposal and have many, many, many questions. And to flippantly say, let's approve this today and fix the nuances later, is a slap in the face to every student, to every teacher, to every parent, to every higher ed institution, to every employer in this state. You can't adopt something that is left full of blanks, with no definitions on what an intermediate credential is, with no explanation as to why we're going to say it takes 9 dual enrollment credits to equal 1 AP course. There's too many unanswered questions, folks. We all want to be a part of the solution, but let's do it the way educated professionals are expected to do it. Let's sit down at a table together, and let's do what this state expects us to do. Those that love kids, love our communities, and love our state, sit down and have an intelligent conversation about what's best for our state.
Thank you, Mr. Powell. Next, we have Mr. Brace Godfrey. Can you introduce yourself and who you represent? And please keep your comments to 2 minutes. Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Ladies and gentlemen of the BESE board, my name is Brace Trey Godfrey. I'm the Senior Vice President of Policy at the Baton Rouge Area Chamber. First, thank you all for your relentless commitment toward accelerating our students and advancing the state of Louisiana. I'm going to zoom out a little bit, not commenting on any one particular aspect of this proposal, but just to let you know that Baton Rouge Area Chamber and the Board of Directors supports at a high level this proposal toward accelerating the achievement of our high school students. In our work, what we understand every day is that there are significant gaps between our students when they finish their last step of their educational journeys and their level of preparation for higher education or for their careers. And to that end, one of the things that our organization has done is to go into partnership with East Baton Rouge Parish Schools so that we can facilitate more dual enrollment opportunities and early work-based learning opportunities for students. To the degree that this proposal incentivizes or rewards schools for offering or for promoting more work-based learning opportunities for students so that they can get into the workforce before they even finish high school and be aware of in their regions where the high demand, high wage professions are and how to access them and what their educational pathways should be to bring them into that space. To the degree that those things are happening and incentivized by way of this proposal, that's a good thing. Look, all of the other machinations and everything that has to go into making this a sound proposal, we encourage all of the dialogue, we encourage all of the stakeholders to be at the table to express everything that's important to them based on what they believe is most important to our students. What's most important to us is the elevation of our students, the acceleration of that, and the outcomes that our students have and the competencies that they have that lead to the successes in their future. So to wrap my comment, Mr. Chair, the Board of the Baton Rouge Area Chamber supports this accountability framework and encourages the members of BESE and all stakeholders to get to the table to fill in the gaps and determine what's best for our students with an outcome-based approach with an accelerated time frame. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let me now get Mr. Irwin, Mr. Alexander, and Mr. Corley to move up to the tables. And can we have come forward to the seats? Patrick Jenkins, William William Kennedy, and David Claxton?
Yes.
Claxton, I'm sorry. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Irwin, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, thank you. My name is Barry Irwin, President and Council for Better Louisiana, and I appreciate the opportunity to visit with you very briefly today. I first want to thank you so much for all of the hard work that has gone on for months and months and months on this proposal. It has gotten stronger in our view at every step of the way. Let's be very clear on it. Is it perfect? Of course it's not perfect. The groups that we have worked with for many years as stakeholders on the education reform side, there are things that we would like to see slightly different in there too. Certainly you hear things from the other side. But I think the discussion today tells us also that we could go on forever in the pursuit of perfect and never get this across the finish line. We think today is the day that we need to get this across the finish line. We have made adjustments in our accountability system over the years. That is a norm. If there are adjustments that need to be made in the future, and decisions that can need to be made in the future, those can certainly be made. But from our perspective, this is a very strong proposal for kids, for our students. It addresses the issues that we have been talking about for months and months and months. Addressing student growth, rewarding it, adding additional transparency, and adding extremely more value to career and technical education. We think we could have discussions on this forever. I think we've seen that in the last few months as this proposal has come to you time and time again, and we kick the can down the road. I think from our perspective, we feel like this is a proposal that we can strongly support, that is better for kids and for families and for the public than what we have right now. And we would hope and respectfully ask that you support this measure today. Thanks very much.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Irwin. Can we have David Alexander speak? And if I could point out, if you don't necessarily have to use the full 2 minutes that has been allotted. If you would like to use less, we would be perfectly fine with that.
Thank you for that encouragement. I'm David Alexander. I'm a superintendent in the Central Parish Schools, and also a member of the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents. I understand your role some. I've never said your seat before, but I know that you have a big responsibility around fair policy and securing resources for schools. And so I want to address both of those here. If you pass this today, and with the amendment, I guess, if you were to pass this today, you're 100% confident that the significant amount of doubt, objection, and resistance from multiple education organizations and professionals is simply unfounded, unmerited. There's a long list of questions and doubt, and I'll remind you of just a few. First of all, we have an undetermined grading scale. It's going to be based on a distribution that continues to change each and every year. I don't know if that's a bad thing or a good thing, but it's unclear. The point values for growth. We talked about that this morning. I think you could have a third grade student, first of all, to say that growth at the 50th percentile is worth 100, and yet growth at the 49th percentile is worth 0. That is a significant point value difference and a very insignificant statistical difference. A student could be a third grader and approaching basic, get no points for approaching basic, move to fourth grade, grow at the 48th, 49th percentile, be approaching basic again, get no points for either category, go to fifth grade, get it at the 48th, 49th percentile again, but grow to basic, get basic points, but still no growth points. You haven't figured this growth thing out yet at all. And the funding side is very unclear around what we're going to do in high school. We're fortunate. We spend a lot of local dollars on dual enrollment, career and tech training, and things like that. We exhaust all the state funding that we have. And there's just a resource piece that I think you've got to consider before you have something that forces, encourages those things around training that we haven't secured funding for across the board. I think there's a number of questions. Maybe some of my comments right now are just lack of knowledge myself, I guess. I don't know. But I have tons of questions, and I know a number of groups do that include Louisiana School Board Association, LAS, Louisiana Association of Principals, a number of teachers. It's just, the room is full of people that have doubt, and I hope that you consider that.
Thank you. Mr. Corley, could you introduce yourself, please?
Clay Corley, Superintendent of Schools in DeSoto Parish. Thank the board for taking this important topic up again today. I would come to you asking you today to not approve the proposal or amendment. Obviously, as has been lauded over the last few months, the 2 years of engagement, while there's some difference in opinion on the level of engagement that's been had to offer an amendment, to change things in the midnight hour, so to speak, at this point, kind of flies in the face of the 2-year effort. I feel like we also still have work to do from figuring out the moving parts within the system instead of the grading scale. It's also very frustrating when we see other states applaud the high percentage of A and B schools across their states across this nation, while we choose to do otherwise. Yes, I know we have much room for improvement and much work to do. This is a very difficult time, as the educators behind me could attest to. very fragile part in this, in our education journey with staffing and just the elevation of the profession is a struggle right now. And to do something that we're still unsure of, that has a lot of work to be done yet to improve upon, I think just exacerbates that situation to a certain degree. Would ask that you would take into consideration those things that still are left to be undone before you approve such a proposal. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Can we have come to the table William Kennedy, David Claxton, and Patrick Jenkins? And can we have move up to the seating area Caroline Romer, Coralie Francois, and Daniel Ersparmer. Mr. Kennedy, can you introduce yourself, please?
William Kennedy, Superintendent of Clayton Parish Schools. I've taken the opportunity to speak to you all at work groups, BESE, whenever we have been allowed to speak, and have offered some concern from a rural school perspective. As superintendent, I take full responsibility. We have to do a better job in our assessment index and what our kids score. A better job in growing kids. A better job in moving kids up on the ACT. Those things are things we can control. I can do a better job there. Okay? The growth piece, I agree with Mr. Miller to a point, as echo what Mr. Alexander said. In that second 50th percentile, that kid at the 49th percentile gets absolutely nothing. And they have grown. Our job as educators is to grow kids. So I think we're actually missing out on some kids there that teachers and kids should be rewarded for their growth. But we don't. In the 2 minutes, one thing that I've spoke repeatedly on is the inequity that is being created for a small rural district such as myself in the strength of diploma, our college and career readiness piece. We don't have the access to the dual enrollment opportunities that other districts may have. The dual enrollment we take is online dual enrollment. I do not have a university or a technical school within 45 miles of any one of my high schools. We do bus kids to the technical school. My classes have to work to fall within their classes. They do not create classes just for my kids. I can't control that. I can control the assessment piece. I can control the growth. I can do those things. I can't control if a parent wants a kid to be involved in dual enrollment. I can't control if the universities will send somebody to my campus, which they won't. I can't control if the technical school will open up a campus that's already in my parents that they closed because we don't have enough kids. They won't create classes just for my kids. I can't control that piece. But for my kids to compete in this new accountability model, my kids have got to get those dual enrollment opportunities, which we don't have equal access to. My kids, as small as Clayton Parish is, deserve the same opportunity to compete as any kid in the state. And they simply don't have it. I don't think that was a consequence that was intended from the proposal, but it is a consequence that my kids are going to have to face. My teachers are going to have to face, that my parents are going to have to face. And the inequities simply are not fair. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Clax? Yes, sir. Mr. Morris.
Pose a question. Yes, sir. I appreciate your comments, and I'm personally just really interested in accessibility in the rural areas. We've got this board made significant focused efforts to address the broadband expansion. With the governor's office, his team to do that. So I'm interested in if you do have control and challenges that you face with regard to providing opportunities for students to access those dual enrollment credits remotely. Can you speak a little bit more to that? So, what challenges do you still face in that area? I know I'm a student at an SEC school right now and attend classes remotely, and it's been a great experience for me today. So I know it can work. So I'm interested in the specific challenges that you face providing those opportunities for high school students.
We offer a number of dual enrollment opportunities virtually online. through Northwestern, through BESE, and through Louisiana Tech. I have 2 teachers that hold the degree, which are allowed to teach as adjunct faculty for Tech. They both teach college algebra and college trig. That's the only 2 teachers I have on campus that teach that. Because of the distance to those universities, we can't bus kids there. They can't travel there. We're about 90% economically disadvantaged. The majority of my kids don't drive to school. They have to ride a school bus. The technical side of it, most of those technical classes are hands-on classes. During the pandemic, my son was going to technical school, was going to Delta in instrumentation. He is a hands-on kid. He is not a classroom book kid. They try to do a lot of those as online. It is not very efficient to try to do that online when it's a hands-on type child. We bus kids to the technical school in Minden, Northwest Louisiana Technical School. Our schedule has to fall within whatever classes they offer. Okay? We leave our schools somewhere between 8 and 8:30 to get them to class by 9:30 there. Whatever class they have available is what classes my kids can take. I have about 12 kids that couldn't go to technical school because the classes that were offered at 9:30 is not a class they can take. And that's kids that are interested in instrumentation, in welding, and that type of thing. If we don't fall within their schedule, those kids, it doesn't work for those kids. The online aspect of those classes is virtually impossible for a kid for that hands-on class.
Right. So I know that we have answers to every specific scenario. I'm just trying to understand for some of the fundamental core classes, like say for example, college algebra. I'm assuming that's still the first required math class, core class in college. If you had a student that wanted to take that class, is there any reason they couldn't have access to that?
No, sir. I said we offer the online virtual opportunities there through the university for those things.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, our next speaker is, I believe, Patrick Jenkins. Can you introduce yourself, please, and state who you represent?
Yes, good morning. My name is Patrick Jenkins. I'm the president of the Louisiana Association of School Superintendents, as well as the superintendent assembly of the various schools. As you consider the accountability framework that you have before you today, I would like you to think about a few things that the Rotary Club, there's a 4-way test that they usually talk about at the beginning of their meeting. It says, first, is it the truth? Second, is it fair to all concerned? Third, will it build goodwill and better friendships? And fourth, will it be beneficial to all concerned? And I just want to stress that last part. Will it be beneficial to all concerned? We, Louisiana Association of School Superintendents, do not support the proposed changes to Bulletin 111 as proposed or modified today. Not only do we not support the bulletin as proposed or modified, all of the organizations behind me, Louisiana School Board Association, Louisiana School Board Association, Louisiana Association of Principals, Louisiana Association of Educators, Louisiana Federation of Teachers, do not support this proposal. We're asking you to hear the educators in Louisiana, the educators in Louisiana. However, we do support accountability. We have supported accountability in the past. We've supported accountability in part, in whole, in terms of fast forward initiatives. We supported Jumpstart 2.0. We've supported the K-2 accountability plan that's proposed by the BESE board as well as the Department of Ed. However, when it is crafted with collaboration and is beneficial for all concerned, educators will say yes. However, this is not the case. While there have been many meetings, the Accountability Council, the Superintendent Advisory Council both have said many times over that this plan is incomplete and does not provide equity and access for all students. The goal as it was presented to us was to reduce A and B rated high schools, not to provide an accountability system that impacts the lives of all children in Louisiana. The proposed system expects students and school systems to do more for a few points, for fewer points and less resources, which will exacerbate the disparities that currently exist within the point system that we have. As I close, I want to remind you, in the midst of the greatest pandemic this world has ever seen,
educators have been seen as rock stars in the past, and many of you express your kudos to them. They've gone above and beyond to call of duty for our children and for our communities, risking everything, and in some cases, even life, and also getting the results, as we've seen on the latest NAEP scores. And I'll just conclude by saying this. Billy Graham said something very important recently, I was listening to him recently, and he says, when we live by the truth, we possess integrity. Is it the truth? Is it fair to all concerned? Will it build goodwill and better friendships? And will it be beneficial to all concerned? Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we have move up to the table Ms. Romer, Carly Francois, and Daniel Ersparmer? And can we have move down to the seating area Scott Richard, Debbie Schoen, and Lynn Hathaway? And Mr. Ersparmer, can you introduce yourself, please?
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
President.
okay. Mr. Richard is waving, but he is, okay, he's not on record for or against his information only.
Very good. Thank you. I'm Daniel Ersparmer, CEO of the Pelican Institute for Public Policy. I think this is my third or fourth time coming to speak to you in favor of increased standards of accountability. So I'll be brief. You know, I think our point of view. Let me start by just a reminder, the mission of the Pelican Institute is that every Louisianan has the opportunity to flourish. And we work on a broad range of public policy issues that face our state, education being the top priority in any given year. We all are in this room because we care deeply about our kids and have different perspectives sometimes on how to get there. As mentioned before, this has been a deeply deliberative process, and I want to say thank you to all of the work group members and leadership, Ms. Jones and others, who have really led, again, I'll repeat the statistics you all know, 2 years of debate, over 200 hours of meetings, lots of engagement from lots of different parties, and 2 weeks now, at least, since this proposal has been released. And so the debate has been rigorous. As mentioned before, we don't believe this proposal is perfect either. We prefer something very simple, very straightforward. But the goals are to increase accountability, to increase transparency so that educators, families, policymakers can make better decisions for their families and kids. We come to support this proposal. We come to support this because it is dramatically better than the system we have now. It is dramatically more accurate. It has, again, brought together many different points of view, many different perspectives, and we've arrived on something I believe that can serve the families, the educators, the policymakers, and the people of Louisiana proudly. So thank you for your work. We encourage you to act swiftly and decisively to approve this proposal so that everyone can align and get to the work of helping our kids. Thank you for your time.
Okay. Ms. Francois? Okay, let's note you as opposing the recommendation. Carol, Ms. Romer, can you introduce yourself, please?
Yes. Good morning. Caroline Romer, Executive Director of Louisiana Association of Public Charter Schools. LAPCS has also been at this table multiple times in support of the proposals that the working group and BESE have been discussing. We think with each passing proposal, it gets better. And we agree that this is an example of it getting better. As charter schools, we live and die by accountability. Unlike districts in which oftentimes accountability is merely bragging rights and if you can pass something on the ballot millage-wise, a charter school oftentimes will lose the privilege to serve students if they don't meet the accountability standards set by their authorizer. So as we have been leaning in on this conversation, we have participated in every work group meeting that you've had. We participate in the Accountability Commission meetings. And so we deeply believe in the value of growth. It has been charter schools over the years that have led in that conversation. So we really like the piece of the 40%, but we also understand Mr. Melleren's point that it has to be real growth. It has to be proof points that you are moving students forward. So we support the proposal with the changes. We hope that the work group will continue to look at growth and understand how best to measure that growth, how to even define it better, and move forward on that as we continue to try and get this right on behalf of the kids. So again, we are here today in support. And I'll end and conclude with a quote from my dad. My dad used to always tell me, you can please some of the people some of the time, but you will never please all of the people all of the time. I think that's the case with this proposal. And I hope that we don't let the perfect get in the way of the good, and that you as a board are committed to continuing to work on the issue of growth. We must address vertical alignment in our assessment and try to get this right on behalf of the kids. So LAPCS, again, is in full support and would ask for your support on the proposal. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have come down, move to the table, Ms. Shum, thank you. Ms. Hathaway, and can we add Cynthia Posey at the table, please? Hathaway waves, okay. She is opposed to the recommendation. So can we then have come to the table Larry Carter and Superintendent Frank Shapia? And then can we have come to the seating area, Michael Falk, Edward Galman, and Kelly Joseph. Ms. Shum, please introduce yourself.
Thank you. Am I on?
Oh, this is Javia, Superintendent Javia Waves. I believe he was opposed. Thank you, sir. Ms. Shum.
Thank you. My name is Debbie Shum. I am a current school board member of St. John the Baptist Parish. I'm going to preface my comments by saying this is not about educators not wanting accountability. This is about increasing standards, but also being fair to students. It's about creating a formula that does not negatively impact students and does not increase the inequities that currently exist in the current formula. As a former teacher, principal, chief academic officer of the Recovery School District, deputy superintendent of college and career readiness for the Louisiana Department of Education, I am asking that you take this opportunity to show that you value the voices of the superintendents, the principals, and the teachers who have come before you on numerous opportunities. I've been in education for over 45 years. For the last 20 years, we have continuously tried to look at doing different things with the accountability formula. But basically, the formula has just been more of the same thing. And where have we stayed as a state? At the same spot. Why don't we look at the things that other states are doing? I took the time to go through and look at the 5 states that are stated as the top in the nation. Do any of them have a high school accountability formula or even an elementary formula that is like the one you are proposing? No. They have a totally different concept. Why don't we look at that? And mainly, why don't we talk to the people who implement the policies? Because they are the ones that are going to carry out what you deserve or to deem is appropriate to pass today, or deem to go back to the drawing board and allow people to actually have true input and true information that is given to you. 2 things I want to point out. This is not fair to students. I was an educator and a principal at a high school for over 11 years. I was chosen as Louisiana High School Principal of the Year for the state of Louisiana. It is not fair to students to push them into categories that do not extend their talents. What about the talented art kids, the talented theater students, student government? We're going to push them into dual enrollment classes instead of allowing them to exceed in where they are talented. The ACT, we wonder why our test score continues to go down. It's because we are requiring students to take the ACT who do not take the coursework to prepare them. A student who's on a career diploma does not have to take Algebra 2, does not have to take chemistry, does not have to take English 4. Do you think that student is being given a fair opportunity to pass and make a score of 18 or above on the ACT? Not if we don't provide them with the coursework. And just the last thing,
Thank you.
I have one thing. What truly measures high school success? I've heard several people talk about it, but we haven't considered things like looking at schools and saying, hey, it's a really good thing if you have a high percentage of students who graduate with TOPS Tech, with TOPS Opportunity, with TOPS Performance, and TOPS Honors. The scale that you are proposing to pass today gives those students, if they don't take a dual enrollment class, 25 points, but they could graduate and be they could be the valedictorian of their class. But we give no credit to those students in the formula that's being proposed. I am simply asking that this go back and be revamped, and that you actually take this opportunity, not just to listen to the voices of the people who are in the buildings, because people in the buildings want accountability, and we want Louisiana to grow. You don't think people take jobs as principals, superintendents, and teachers because they don't care about students, because they don't care about growth. I'm asking you to send this to a revamp and to include the people who are the implementers of the policy and the voices you have heard today. Thank you.
Cynthia Rose come to the table, Carter come to the table, and Kelly Joseph come to the table. And can we have come to the seating area, Edward Galman, Michael Falk, and Deshae Oaks. Okay, Ms. Posey.
Yesterday, the teacher recruitment, retention, and recovery task force met. The item that we spent the most time discussing was teacher recognition. There were several solutions that were offered to speak to the issues of teachers citing that lack of recognition for their work was a factor in leaving the profession. One was Teacher of the Year, one was teacher appreciation. When teachers say that they are leaving because of lack of recognition, what they are talking about is the fact that they strive, they work every day with our students to move them, to educate them. And there is no recognition for that. This accountability system before you today will not recognize that hard work. If the measure before you today will only exacerbate the crisis of the Louisiana teacher shortage, amending on the fly and rushing to approve a flawed measure will not miraculously fix a broken accountability system. The most important factor in a child's education is to have a certified teacher in front of them teaching them every day. You cannot expect to provide a quality education to our children and rise in national rankings when you do not have a certified teacher in the classroom. Teachers do not oppose accountability. They oppose a flawed accountability system for themselves and their students. Stop reforming and start transforming. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Posey. Thank you, Ms. Posey. Mr. Carter?
I waive.
You waive, okay. But, he's on record as opposing the recommendation. Mr. Joseph, or Kelly Joseph, I'm sorry.
Good morning. Before I begin, I just want to take a personal privilege. My kids at our high school, they're watching this live stream, so if you wouldn't mind, could you just wave to them and say, hey, St. Helena? Hey, St. Helena. Thank you very much. And also, I want all of my staff to please stand, because, you know, we're wearing our Rethink St. Helena shirts here today. And I want to give them a shout out because they do a great job working with our kids.
Ms. Joseph, before you go forward, I think every single one of your staff has put in a card. Is it possible for you to speak for them?
No, we all want to be here. So in order for us to fully implement anything in the College and Career Acceleration Index, also known as a strengthened diploma, you must make it equitable. So the example I'm going to use is a school will earn 50 points for a kid who takes 2 dual enrollment classes and passes with a C or better. So right now, we receive funding for the supplemental course allocation. That's $30,208. That's tuition for dual enrollment. Career Development Fund is $78,110. That's tuition for Jumpstart Pathways only. We have Paul Perkins funds. That's $18,063, and that's tuition for regionally approved courses in special population and used only if other funds are exhausted. And then we have the direct student services that came from Title I. That money will be out. That's $40,424. That's a total of $166,805 for this year, but it will be reduced to $126,381 because direct student services will be out. If each kid takes one dual enrollment class per year for 2 years, our projected cost for our 350 kids is averaging $400,000 right now. The cost per course will increase, as was told at the last BESE meeting. One course costs $572 each. This only includes the tuition. It does not include the cost to train teachers to become eligible to teach these courses or the additional course materials our kids may need. $400,000 for 50 points. Thank goodness for our CHEAT monies, because it was the only way we were able to provide dual enrollment at a large scale last year and this year. And we budgeted close to $1 million in our ESSA plan and CARES Act. But you all know that these funds will end. You all know these funds will end. Our board approved a new line item over a year ago to support dual enrollment, but we don't have enough MFP dollars to make it work. We cannot implement anything large scale that will allow us to benefit from this accountability system you're proposing. Even if we had the money, we still have a teacher shortage. Who will facilitate these classes? Yes, we want accountability. Yes, we believe in college standards. Yes, every kid must know how to read and read with understanding. We're not looking for a guarantee of success from the state with this accountability system. We are looking for a guarantee of access for all our learners. This proposal is inequitable. So instead of hurrying up to wait until 2024, let's use this time to create a sensible, equitable plan where all stakeholders are involved. Thank you.
Thank you. We have come to the table Daisy Oaks, Michael Falk, Edward Gallman, and can we have come to the seating area Al Simmons, Tammy Byler, and Edith Walker? Okay, Mr. Falk.
Thank you, Mr. President, ladies and gentlemen of the board. I've been before you many times on many issues. None I feel as important as this. I've reached out to individual board members. I've reached out to my board member, Ms. Ashley Ellis. I had conversations with her, provided her with information. This proposal is still not complete. There are still blanks in the proposal. Still unintended consequences. We talk about the equity issue. We talk about resources, availability of funds. We have school systems tinkering on the verge of financial collapse. We have one school system who has tried twice to renew a millage that has been defeated, and they are going to have a $4 million shortfall in their budget. With 90% salaries and benefits, there are dire circumstances. Accessibility, we talk about that. It's a complex issue across the state. Mr. Kennedy mentioned some things. Mr. Alexander mentioned the fact that his district provides a lot, and they do, but they have the resources. The impact that it's going to have on communities that are unable to provide a trained workforce for business and industry that want to come in. The effect that it's going to have on parent choices. Parents want to be in control and charge of their child's educational pathway. What hasn't been mentioned at all are the subgroups and the impact on the subgroups. And according to your proposal, your current guidelines, if one subgroup goes into urgent intervention required, that school cannot earn an A. One subgroup. So we ask you not to approve this proposal, to come back and let's see if we can't devise a sensible, realistic accountability program. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Falk. Okay, Daisy Deshay Oaks, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's
Thank
fine. My name is, good morning, my name is Deshay Oaks. I am a librarian / classroom teacher in Concordia Parish, and I'm also the vice president of the Louisiana Association of Educators. We are opposed to this proposition, mainly because there has not been a voice for our public school educators in the process. You have done this, you have proposed this without getting input from most of your constituents that you represent in your districts, and that is uncalled for. We don't agree to that. We did a survey, because we have not seen a survey. We did a survey of our members. 46% of them did not even know about the new plan that you're proposing today and thinking about voting on today. 73% of them believe that the accountability system should not change to the new system proposed. And 82% of them believe that the school counselors are unfairly tasked to direct high school students to career courses or college courses. And it's just like the previous gentleman said, the parents and the students want to have those choices about what courses they take. I come from a rural parish. Tomorrow, if you come to where I work, you will see me in a classroom in my library, teaching and helping with library skills. I came down here because I oppose this proposition for my members and for myself. You need to have input from the public school educators that does not have a choice of what students they teach every single day, every single year. I've been in the school system long enough, pre-LEAP, and know how the accountability system was when it first started. We have gone through 2 years of COVID. We are still dealing with what happened during COVID. We have learning loss, and we're trying to do the best we can in the classroom. This proposal needs to have all stakeholders involved with the accountability system. Now, are there flaws? Yes, there are flaws in the accountability system. But you need to get input from the people that work every single day in the classrooms, in the public school classrooms in the state of Louisiana. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Oaks. Thank you, Ms. Oaks. Edward Galvin.
Good morning. My name is Edward Galvin, and I hail from St. Louis Parish. On the economic.
Hold on 1 second, please.
I hail from St. Louis Parish. I'm on the Economic Development Board at St. Louis Parish. I want to simply use a little phrase, follow the money. This proposal at this time, number one, is not something that our district is prepared to afford, and it will be a financial disaster in terms of us trying to optimize and to get the most out of the dual enrollment and all the components that go into implementing this system. The accountability proposal in a smaller district, like Santa Helena, where there are many children that are less advantaged. Anytime you have a district that has less than 1,500 learners, we basically know that if you have a high percentage of kids that come from difficult and poor backgrounds, that elevates your need for additional funds to bring them out. Once again, we have to follow the money or provide the money. This proposal would trap our district in a lower percentage of the accountability system, F grade, and with little to no means to come out of it. When BESE get the proposal right, one of the things they need to do is put money in line items to address the issues that small districts will to have them with an avenue out of their situation based on the fact that if I had the ability to pay teachers $2 or $3 more than my surrounding district, if I had the ability to fund dual enrollment and maximize it where I had my students in Upper Bound and Southeastern and in the trade schools, I would have some avenue funded that would bring my kids out. please continue to work on making this proposal and the necessary changes to accountability, because we are for accountability. So please do not add any more unfunded mandates to my district at San Luis. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Brown. Can we have Al Simmons, Tammy Byler, and Edith Walker come to the table? And can we have come to the seating area, Rhonda Matthews, Jean McCurley, and Joe Murphy?
Do not wish to speak. Murphy?
Mr. Murphy,
I'm
okay.
in opposition.
In opposition, we will note that. Thank you.
I do not wish to speak. Rhonda Matthews.
Rhonda Matthews does not wish to speak, but she is in opposition to the recommendation.
I do not wish to speak. Edith Walker.
Edith Walker does not wish to speak, but I believe she is in opposition, so let's note that for the record. Okay. Yes, sir, please introduce yourself.
Hi, my name is Tommy Bowler, Superintendent for Mini Parish School Systems, also a constituent of Dr. Holly Brophy, a resident of Lafayette, Louisiana. First off, I want to thank you for your time and opportunity to speak today in opposition to the current proposal before you, as well as the amendments. Over the past 2 years, I've been very involved in this process where we sit today. I've missed 2 meetings in the past 2 years. While I've shared many thoughts and accountability processes along the way to many different groups, I see here today and believe that much of it was for naught, as the fundamental framework of today's proposal has taken much of the conversation about what is right about students and has fallen by the wayside. With that in mind, I can only control one last effort as to why I feel this proposal is not right for students in school systems at the present time. As I'm a big believer in taking care of what is in my circle of control, I have come to the conclusion that all components of the accountability system are truly in the circle of control for schools, with one major exception. I believe the LDOE has provided all resources for us to be successful in all components, with the exception of the strength of diploma or the college and career readiness as it is now known. The components that make up this branch of the system are based on pieces that schools and school systems have little or zero control over. Nothing in this component can be mandated on a student other than graduation requirements that will get them 25 down. Parents and students will decide if their students are going to take DE or AP courses. We can't force them to take these. DE and AP courses are controlled by the amount of available funding a school system has. Partnerships with career and technical education institutions are completely controlled by location, access to these facilities, funding, and again, parent willingness to let their children attend. Ultimately, we are judging our high schools 25% worth on components that cannot be legally forced on any student in our system. Are we really judging student achievement? Are we judging schools' ability to coerce students into components to chase points? ESSA is not mandated, but yet is the highest component in the high school accountability system. I can't help but take these 2 real-life high school examples when I was a principal into account. Student John scored a 17 on his ACT and came up to my office and was so excited to tell me that he was going to remain in Tufts University because he qualified for Tufts Tech, and his goal now is to attend community college because he could pay for it. His excitement now equals 0 points on ACT and 25 points for graduating. Lisa, who scored a 34 as a junior on her ACT test, was allowed to test out of her first 2 English classes and her first 2 math classes at the university. The same 2 that we offer in dual enrollment at the school I was the principal. She instead chose to be a 4-sport athlete and forego DE courses in an effort to be the student body president as well. For her efforts, she received 25 points on college readiness. She did not take any DE courses at our school. She didn't need to. She happened to score mastery on all of her LEAP tests, so this current proposal will give her an extra 25. So 50 points is not bad for a 4.0 valedictorian with a 34 on an ACT. That's really telling us what college and career readiness is about. I have to ask, if a school with a 100% graduation rate and 100 regular grads at 25 points each, and 100 students with 9 DE hours at 75 points each, is really a school that averages 50 in college and career readiness with 100% graduation. We don't know if that's a C, D, or F yet, because those numbers haven't been given to us. The college and career acceleration is based solely on the purpose of lowering high school scores the way it currently is written. and on average it dropped to 10 to 15 points by the current simulated runs. Regardless of the rhetoric on either side of this effort, for, against, special groups, organizations, members of LAS, regardless of that, I have a hard time sitting here thinking that this is the best system that educated people in the state of Louisiana can come with.
Sir.
At some point, common sense has to prevail. I propose not a deferral, but a defeated until the college and career component is either removed or makes some kind of sense. Thank you.
Let me know that was Tommy, not Tammy. Sorry about that.
I got to read it.
Yes. Okay, please correct me if I'm wrong. The following wish to be noted as in opposition but do not wish to speak. Stacy Alexis with St. Tammany Parish Public Schools. Melissa Strata Berger from St. Tammany Parish School System. And Cheryl Yates with St. Tammany Parish Public Schools. If you do wish to speak, please let me know, and we'll remedy that. Can we have come to the table Al Simmons, Philip Oliver, and Derek Morgan? And can we have come to the seating area Marcus Thomas, Jean McCurley, and Amy Walker? And to the table is Mr. Simmons, Mr. Oliver, and Mr. Morgan. Mr. Simmons, can you go first?
Yes, sir. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I will not take up very much of your time. I just want to reiterate from when Perry and what several others have said about this proposal. Accountability needs to be based on what students are doing in the classroom, what teachers are doing for those students, and not so much on the ability of rural districts or wealthy districts to get children to take and have access to dual enrollment, AP, and so forth. From a rural district with not a lot of resources, that's not equitable and not fair. It doesn't give us a fair fighting chance to make an A, as opposed to some of the districts who have access to all those things. So I would urge you to vote no on the proposal.
Thank you, sir. We earlier called for Stephen Wagensback with the Louisiana Association of Business and Industry. He left, but we did not know that he is in support of the motion and the substitute motion. So I wanted to note that for the record. Mr. Oliver?
Yes, good morning, Mr. Chair and members of the board. My name is Philip Oliver. I'm an educator from Calcasieu Parish School Board. I'm also a member of the Louisiana Music Educators Association and the Louisiana Art Educators Association. I don't speak for those agencies today, I just speak for myself. But I've been a fine arts educator for 15 years, and I speak in opposition to this primarily because of the time. It leaves out a whole swath of our students' educational process, which is, of course, the arts. There's a great disparity in our state with access to the arts, K through 12, and I believe some of the provisions in this proposal will exacerbate that. And this state has a very rich tradition with arts. To address some of the comments that were made by a board member earlier, although he's not present, if we're going to ask educators to assume the responsibility for the crime rate, then we should possibly invest our students with the tools of developing empathy, social and emotional creative outlets, and exposure to diversity of culture. These are all things that you can receive through an arts education. It's certainly promulgated in those courses more than it may be in others. And if we're going to be responsible for the state of our economy, then we should also be willing to acknowledge that, at least in this state, a large amount of our revenue comes from tourism. And a large part of that tourism income comes directly from arts and entertainment. A few years ago, the state proposed a plan for implementation of BESE, and Part of that was going to be the adoption and inclusion of a fifth accountability indicator that would include the arts. We do have that fifth accountability indicator, but the arts is not part of that. So until we can take into consideration the entirety of our students' efforts and the entirety of all of our educators, every part of every school, I cannot support the provision as it is today. Thank you.
I appreciate your comments. I just want to get clarification, Superintendent Brumley, from your team. I recall when we started this conversation last year that the board did recognize adding an interest and opportunity component to state accountability. And my understanding was that the arts were included in that. Can I get some clarification on that?
Yes, we developed a menu of options that would be available for systems to select from that menu, and that would be one of the inclusions as part of that, in addition to things like STEM and other options.
Likewise,
Thank you for the clarification.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, sir. Mr. Castillo.
Superintendent, earlier on, one of the superintendents raised a question about it requiring, or make sure I get this right, 9 dual enrollment credits to equal 1 AP course. Is that an accurate statement? What page are you on, Mr. Smith? I wasn't looking at the document of referring to the contract.
I think it would be page 7 of the handout in the PowerPoint slide section.
Thanks, Dr. David. So your question, Mr. Castillo, was regarding
AP versus dual enrollment. 1 AP course, the school needs to have 9 dual enrollment credits to equal 1 AP course.
That's right.
I think that.
Yes, that's accurate.
Thank you.
Okay. We have Mr. Oliver speak. We have Mr. Morgan.
Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Superintendent, as board members. I'm Derek Morgan. I serve as an out-of-state principal, but I do reside in the Louisiana area. I also serve on the academic task force of Mississippi Department of Education. My comments are more toward just information only, but I do want to say as a statistician that toward the methodology of the form, I can't speak definitively to the components of Mr. Board Member Castillo, but I will speak to the parts of the formula that we have, which seems to have consensus amongst those in which we serve. We have a 1,000-point formula. Our 1,000-point formula has 600 points that comprise of the English language arts and mathematics. Then we have another 50 points with U.S. history and biology. Then we have 200 points from the cohort index of graduation, and 50 and 50 points respectively from acceleration and then college and career readiness. Where we tend to grow much of the consensus was the participation and performance matrix, meaning that students that participate within dual enrollment or participate on the ACT and those that score on a particular performance measure of that. So that 1,000-point formula, which we've had now for about 4 years, tends to have consensus amongst us at the site-based level, from the internal stakeholders, as well as business, as well as other entities. So I just simply wanted to just stand and speak as for information only. I would say that above all things, that there should be accuracy of something that measures. So from a site-based veteran high school principal, we want to see something that has accuracy that measures the school adequately. And our consensus, I'm speaking, from the site-based level, but what has tended to be adequacy and accuracy has been something that we were poor with. So I'm just speaking once again as information only, but just giving an out-of-state perspective of something that has shown to show favorability within all entities that have come to the situation. Thank you for this opportunity to speak.
Thank you, thank you. We have a card from Irma Trosclair with the Lafayette Parish Schools. She does not wish to speak, but wants to be noted as in opposition to the motion. Can we have Marcos Thomas, Jean McCurley, and Amy Walker come to the table, please? We have a wave from Marcus, from Mr. Thomas, but let's note that he is opposed to the motion. And can we have Julius Reed come down, Dr. Janet Pope come down, and Brett Favino come down to sit in the seats. Thank you. Ms. Walker.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Walker, and I currently serve. Start again?
Yes.
Good afternoon. My name is Amy Walker, and I currently serve as the high school curriculum specialist for St. Charles Parish Public Schools. For the past 20 years, I've worked in Louisiana public high schools, 10 of which I served as a 9th grade English teacher. As an educator and parent of 2 Louisiana public school students, I first want to express sincere gratitude to those of you who have been asking tough questions and to these proposed accountability changes. You have visited sites, committed your time and effort to become more well-informed and find answers to those questions, and you've advocated for improvements. Today, I urge you to continue that course and to resist the pressure to rubber stamp a proposal that has not yet addressed several critical shortcomings. One such shortcoming lies within Section 709 that was just recently referenced, and that is that dual enrollment coursework is still being valued substantially less than advanced placement exams. In fact, as was stated earlier, passing 3 DE courses would equate to passing 1 AP exam. If college readiness is truly the goal for students on the top university pathway, then an accountability policy that does not place equal value on college credit that is actually earned by taking college courses, it is inherently flawed. Additionally, the current proposal does not appropriately account for students who take a combination of AP and DE courses. One small example, a student who passes 3 DE courses and 1 AP exam would earn the same number of points as a peer who accomplishes only 1 of these. The same student, having essentially earned credit for 4 college-level courses, could only receive 75 index points, while a peer who passes 4 DE courses, earning the same number of college credits, would receive 100 points. Many Louisiana parents that are facing today's economy, myself included, prefer their children to earn DE credits over AP courses. But under this proposed policy, schools would benefit more from pushing students towards AP coursework, even if it results in them earning fewer credits.
Ms. Walker, please conclude.
I ask that you make sure that that is what you think is best for Louisiana students, their families, and their community before you rush this proposal through. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm Dr. John McCurley, Assistant Superintendent Curriculum Instruction in St. Tammany Parish. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today before you in opposition of the proposal. In St. Tammany, we're most concerned with time and equity, and I'll explain why. Beginning with our current 10th graders, and this proposal is problematic. We need time. These would be the graduates of 2025. For example, we have in our parish in excess of 8,000 students on IEPs. So I'm speaking now about our students with disabilities. And we also have a large EL population, English learners, that need to be taken into consideration. IEPs are already in place for this school year, and it takes time to amend those IEPs and remain in compliance with April Done Act. We would have to go into overdrive to try to make changes that would benefit the students in these special populations to have their opportunity to earn points for themselves and for our schools. Schools plan at least 6 months ahead of the scheduling process. Many of our schools are already planning their schedules for next school year. We're specifically concerned with opportunities available for dual enrollment for every student in every district. We're concerned about equitable access as well as success potential for our kids, for all populations of our student body. We need time to secure our financial capital and our human capital to get those structures in place. We need time to work with our post-secondary partners to fine-tune those MOUs and assure that all students in all of our populations have those equitable opportunities to engage in and excel in dual enrollment coursework. So specifically, we're asking for more time to build these structures, to get them in place, to assure that all students have the access. As the proposal is now, there are too many details that are unaddressed, and equity is unassured. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. McCurley. Can we have Julius Reed come to the table, Dr. Janet Pope come to the table, Brett Babineau come to the table, and can we have come to the seating area, Philip Oliver, I believe I may have called that one already, but if not, Philip Oliver, Derek Morgan, and Paul Conover. Thank you. Okay, Ms. Pope.
Good afternoon. Dr. Janet Pope, Louisiana School Boards Association Executive Director, representing 643 school board members and 69 school boards. I'd like to start with thanking everyone who came to the table today, especially the passionate educators behind us, giving you reasons why you should not support this proposal. I want to begin with saying that we support accountability, always have. When we came to the table and supported one of the accountability proposals, it got shot down. As you continue to work through changing accountability here in Louisiana, you started with the high schools and began with 2 bullet points. There are too many A's and too many B's in our high schools. The second bullet point that you had was accountability is to motivate the adults. I don't think any other state has said that. Through many conversations that we've had with you guys, we started with 3 simple words. And still today, you hear those same 3 words. Alignment. Thank you, Mr. Melder, for talking about the lack of no vertical alignment. Continuity. LEAP test assessments are very different than ACT. Our ACT assessment, we still cannot say, is that what we value in the state of Louisiana? It still hasn't been said. Our curriculums and our standards are not aligned to the ACT, and you've heard educators say it earlier, especially for our students who are on the career and tech pathway. And as I run out of time right now, and I should have more than 2 minutes because I represent an association, and would ask for more time so I can finish, Mr. Garvey. I'd like to say that if we are going to continue to be at the bottom with ACT in Louisiana, can we say today that we value the ACT? Today, your vote is very important, because if you vote for this proposal, we will be like no other state in their accountability system. I thank the man who came up earlier and talked about Mississippi. We have long said, can we pick a state and emulate it? We're just making up accountability here in Louisiana. Just, here's this rabbit out of this hat. Do you like this one? Oh, you don't like it? Throw it away. Here's another rabbit. Do you like this one? Mr. Guardia asked for some more time.
Ms. Pope, we've given all of the association representatives 2 minutes, just like we're giving you 2 minutes. So we're treating everyone the same.
Got it. Appreciate that. At the end of the day, we're asking you to please not pass this proposal because it's not good policy and it's not good for kids. Thank you so much. And if there are any questions or you need anything, you know how to get in touch with me. And BESE members, thank you so much for answering my call and our school board members' calls as we call you and talk about this proposal. Thanks.
Thank you. Mr. Reed, who again represents, Ms. Reed, who represents an association, could you introduce yourself and know that we have 2 minutes, please?
Yes, my name is Julia Reed. I am the president of the Lafayette Parish Association of Educators. I'm a proud 11-year public school educator. I am also the parent of a public school student, and I am also a taxpayer. My organization stands in opposition of this accountability proposal. Our educators, our school level educators feel their voices have not been heard in this. They do not feel that their hard work is represented, and they do not feel that the hard work of their students is represented. They also feel that it does not value all of the programs and choices that we offer at schools, and that we are pushing one strand much harder than the other, college. What about career readiness is worth just as much? And I've heard a lot about career, but also what about service ready? There's nothing in there about that as well. And we have in our parish a very robust ROTC program, career programs, and academic programs. But this would not give us the recognition that our district deserves, and it does not recognize the hard work of the educators in those classrooms that are becoming harder and harder to fill. As a mother, I'd also like to share that I oppose this. My child currently attends French immersion in Lafayette Parish. So in order to take a dual enrollment class, he would be taking that in English. And that would not be honoring the program that I selected for my child. Where is my parish supposed to find a French dual enrollment course? This is not a fair accountability system. It does not honor the choices of our children, the choices of our parents, the hard work of our educators. And I would ask that you strongly reconsider many of its components. Our children deserve the best, not just good enough. Thank you.
Thank you, Julia Reed, corrected on the name. Mr. Babineau.
Hi, well, thank you for having me. My name is Brett Babineau. I am the LMEA, Louisiana Music Educators Association president. But I can't separate myself as also being a 25-year educator, currently in the Lafayette Parish school system, and on the superintendent advisory panel. And also have three children of my own who are in the Lafayette Parish school system. So Louisiana Music Educators Association is a nonprofit, member-based organization with over 500 members whose mission is to provide leadership, professional development, and support for its members to ensure quality music education for the thousands of music students that are in our state. LMEA has been aware of the proposed high school accountability changes out of fear from music teachers and music supervisors across the state of what these changes can and will mean for music education in our schools. We do believe that these changes will be detrimental to our programs as they will significantly reduce the access that students have to music. While we do not dismiss that there is tremendous value in college and career readiness, the proposal puts a high emphasis on and accelerates these offerings for students. While locking these students into college-ready coursework, this bid needs to take into account that pressurizing these students for the sole gain of a high school point system essentially removes access for students to receive a well-rounded education as put forth by ESSA. Similarly, in the college-ready jumpstart track, the push to require multiple credentials that take the place of electives will result in the same outcome for arts programs. Currently, there is only one arts pathway, and arts electives are not considered in the universal electives in the jumpstart pathway. Music and the arts are critical components of a student's life and the school's lifeblood and culture. With the loss of these programs come the loss of critical thinking skills, goal-oriented activities, social emotional learning, college scholarship opportunities, and career opportunities in all areas of the arts. What we also know is that these students that participate in the school music program have a tremendous amount of success in careers outside of music because of the lifelong skills they learn in music. I will be wrapping up, thank you, sir. Arguably, music is one of the best opportunities to provide students with the skills necessary for career readiness. LMEA has one ask that in the future, LMEA executives be brought to the table to help frame this proposal and future proposals that affect music education so that music education can continue to be sustainable and thrive. Growth will not continue and not come if you do not feed the whole child. I leave each of you with a record of the stories of the impact that music education has in the lives of many people around the state. Thank you.
The handout that will be passed around to the desk members. Can we have Paul Conover, Derek Morgan, and Philip Oliver come down, please, to the table? And can we have come to the seating area, Ray Gregson, John or Jay Robichaux, and Ronnie Seal.
Mr. Chair, I'm Derek Morgan. I spoke earlier. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for correcting me on that. Yes, sir, please.
Hello, my name is Paul Connor. I'm a teacher at Lafayette High School. All of you all kind of represent, well, there are a lot of people here that represent education with a capital E. And I'm one of the ones that represents the lowercase e, one of the people who's actually in the classroom with kids at ground level, seeing the effects of y'all's policies. Let me involve y'all very quickly. Show of hands, and I'm speaking to you board members. How many of y'all during the COVID crisis, when we were keeping kids out of school, how many of y'all talked about the mental health crisis for our students?
Mr. Conover, this is a chance for you to speak, it's not a chance to interact.
Okay, fine. I just would like to point something out here. You know, the other day I heard some kids talking. I thought they were talking about their GPAs. They were throwing these numbers around. And then I heard the word Prozac, and I stopped and I said, what are y'all talking about? And they explained to me that they were talking about their dosages of anti-anxiety and antidepressant medication. I teach gifted kids, and some of them take 4 and 5 AP classes their junior years. You know, think about that. Those are college-level classes, basically. And so these 16-year-old kids who haven't even learned how to be adults yet are taking a full-time plus college workload. And the anxiety level is, you know, through the roof. You know, I get emails from parents, I talk to parents, they're scared to death because their kids are on medication. You know, you look at that and you say, okay, your proposal, the guidelines of your proposal are basically pushing kids towards AP classes. If they're driving gifted kids who are going to be going to high caliber universities to that kind of extreme, think what it's going to be doing to all of the kids around the state. A lot of these kids who don't want any part of AP or a dual enrollment class. So basically, I would like for y'all to consider the emotional, basically the mental health impact of what you're doing with kids. You can say, oh, we don't want to reward schools for having kids that, you know, don't really have the skills. But does that mean that you want to punish the kids? I mean, because that is really one of the unintended consequences that nobody is looking at. Thank you.
Thank you. Desk members, we have 21 more cards, and it's approaching lunchtime. Would you prefer to go through the remaining cards, or would you prefer to break for lunch? Okay, let's keep going then. Mr. Oliver? No? Do we have Mr. Oliver? Okay, I think we have him already. Okay, Mr. Oliver? No? Okay, Mr. Gregson?
Hello, my name is Ray Gregson. I'm a parent of 3 public school children, 2 in St. Charles Parish public school high schools, husband of a teacher, a member of the River Region Chamber of Commerce, St. Charles Parish Rotary Club, along with several other organizations. A supporter of public education and a current school board member candidate. My question to you guys, few here, what stakeholder groups did you include through the process? Did the stakeholders include all stakeholder groups, parents, students, teachers, business, industry, and taxpayers? The last couple of months, I've knocked on almost 2,000 doors. I've listened to many positive stories about the success of our current students who are succeeding in the arts, talented theater, athletics, and in the classroom. Also, many past students who are in very successful careers. Just look at our parish and see. Your decision will undermine our schools, teachers, and our community. To the point of the scale, it needs to be a representative of an A, a B school, etc. Don't create a grading scale after looking at score distribution. What if teachers and schools move the grading scale based on how many A's and B's there were last week or last month? We need a holistic and simple approach. Everyone needs to join together and look at all aspects across the state of Louisiana. To your point earlier, the gentleman's not sitting here. One other point. I also umpire baseball in the Southeastern Conference for all you LSU fans. I'm using one of my challenges, as a head coach would do if you didn't agree with one of my calls, for me to go to replay, as we say, go under the hood. This call would be clear and concise evidence that we will return. Somebody has to stand up for teachers, folks, and students. Please. At some point, please. Thank you.
Thank you. Can we have come down to the seating area? Miranda Watson, Leah Valdez, and Angela Strickland. Thank you. Mr. Robichaud?
Yes, sir.
Robichaud? I'm sorry.
No, Robichaud.
Robichaud.
Thank you. That's the guy from Lafayette. Jay Robichaud. I wear 3 hats here.
And you're representing?
Yes, I wear 3 hats. So I'm the school board member in St. Charles Parish for 20 years. I am the co-chair of the policy committee for the River Region Chamber of Commerce, and I'm the executive director of Louisiana's River Parish Historic Commission. So let's talk chamber first. The reason you got a letter from our chamber and our co-chair is we normally don't get involved in these issues. It was such a hot issue, we brought it to our industry partners. By the way, I represent St. Charles, St. John, and St. James parishes in the chamber. We brought it to our industry partners on a policy committee. They were very concerned. They said, let's hear from the actual experts, the people with boots on the ground, the people who know what they're doing. We brought our superintendents in. Ken Orland did a tremendous job explaining what he views as the outcomes of doing this. And of course, they were totally against it. We even heard from the other side, from people who were in favor of it. And they were still totally against it because it will affect industry in the 3 parishes dramatically. So that's why you received a letter from the chamber. At the Tourist Commission, this will affect all of tourism in the river parishes, and we explained why earlier. And the school board, one thing I want to say about my school board position, because everything's been said already, when we passed policy on our school board in 20 years, I've never had a policy come to the table that we voted on that all board members didn't understand and agree on, and to push to our teachers and to our staff. I came here today because I wanted to see what actually happened. In 20 years, it's my first BESE meeting, which is, I don't know if that's, I should be proud of that, but it's my first BESE meeting. And I was kind of embarrassed to hear that, you're going to vote on something that everybody doesn't agree on, understand, or know, and you're still going to vote on it. And so I'm asking you to vote no, to regroup, to make this the right thing for all the school systems. Thank you.
Okay, we had a consensus from the board to not break for lunch, but I think we have one now to take a restroom break for 5 minutes. So we're going to take a break for 5 minutes, and then we will come back to Mr. Ronnie C. 5 minutes only, just be quick.
say it before I say it. Hold on a second. Substitute. Can we make it an amendment instead of a substitute? Okay. No, it's coming. I'm like, I don't want to do this. But say
go ahead and reconvene the meeting. Good to see you. Good afternoon. My name is Ronnie Seal. I'm a curriculum specialist for School of Careers in St. Charles Parish Public Schools. In just a few moments, you will be making a final decision that will impact thousands of students across our great state for years to come. Simply voting yes is going to cause schools and school systems to make decisions about what courses, programs, and supports to offer students. And maybe just as important, it will make schools and school systems determine which courses, programs, and supports not to offer. The significance of your vote in this matter will be profound. So before you make this final decision, consider how well you can answer the following rhetorical questions. If the purpose of a school system is to prepare students for college, careers, and life so that our communities are safe, healthy, and thriving, then what should our accountability system measure? College readiness, career readiness, and life readiness. Let's just think about college readiness. What do colleges value and consider to be college ready? Did colleges participate in a meaningful way in helping us to determine how we can best measure college readiness? What do colleges think their incoming students need to be able to do in order to be successful in college? How well does this accountability system measure what colleges value? Do colleges value AP more than dual enrollment? What do our colleges think of this accountability proposal? Career readiness. What do employers value? How well does this accountability system measure how well our graduates can manage their time, solve problems, think critically, work collaboratively, or persevere? What do employers think about this accountability system? What do regional economic development organizations think about this accountability system based on specifics and nuances? How will this accountability affect business and industries who are considering moving there to Louisiana? And then life readiness. What about life readiness? How does this accountability system take into account how well our graduates can manage their personal finances or contribute to their communities? Even if your answer to any of these questions is, I don't know, then how confidently can you vote to approve this proposal that may not measure effectively the things that we should be measuring? At the least, if you have any doubts or if you believe that this accountability system can even be better, then don't we owe it to our students and our communities to take this opportunity to develop an accountability system that will cause us to work because of, not in spite of. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Seal.
Thank you, Mr. Seal. Can we have Miranda Watson come to the table, Leah Valdez and Angela Strickland come to the table? And can we have Christy Nettles come to the seating area behind the table? Joshua John Paul come to the seating area, and Tracy Womack come to the seating area. Thank you. Ms. Watson?
Yes. Good afternoon. My name is Miranda Watson. I'm a concerned parent and community member of St. Helena. As a parent and community member of St. Helena Parish, it's hard to have faith in leaders who have never visited our parish or even know how to get there. It's hard to believe that people in these so-called organizations who want to reform education have our children's best interests at heart when they have never even driven through St. Helena Parish. People who you choose to listen to are people who have not lived the same experiences we do. So how can they say, how can they begin to know what we need? Come to St. Helena and ask us. I have reviewed your proposal, and I have one question. Where is the equity? Did you consider how this proposal will affect kids in rural areas like mine? Have you considered the limited resources that are in areas like mine? You can't be. Families in our area cannot afford to pay for dual enrollment or AP courses out of pocket. So they depend on the school system to do it for them. Are you going to offer our high school financial support once our chief funds are gone? Because the money you are allocating here isn't enough. I'll ask again, where is the equity? My rural community has limited resources, and a lot of our families are hardworking people who live at or below the poverty line. But that doesn't mean we don't want more for our children. It doesn't mean we are less than anyone else. And it certainly doesn't mean our voices shouldn't be heard in this conversation. The parents in my community encourage their children to graduate from high school. All three of my boys are graduates of our school system, and all three of them are successful adults. And no one was going to force my children on a path they didn't want. I knew what worked for them, and that's what I focused on. But now you want to hold our parents hostage to a system that does not include our voices. I always hear about parent choice, but it looks like there's no real choice in this proposal. It's either take these college level courses or you go take those college level courses. We don't care if you want to go to college or not. Take the ACT. We don't care about your plans. You don't know what's best for you. We know what's best for you. You all talk all this nonsense about the need for local control, but it doesn't look like you want parents to have local control even in their own homes. This proposal does not include equity, and it is not right for the stakeholders of St. Helena. And at this time, I thank you for hearing.
Thank you very much.
Mr. Rhodes.
Yes, Mr. Morris.
I just wanted to speak to the lady comment. So first of all, thank you for coming out today and your group coming out today. But I want to clarify a couple of things. First of all, I've been to West Louisiana. I've been to the campus, spent the day there, and met the folks there, and I really enjoyed my visit. So I just wanted to I'm sorry, St. Helena. I think you know where I'm coming from. I've been to West Louisiana too. But my point here is that I just want to communicate that we really appreciate you coming out today. The board hears what you're saying, and we are listening, and we are sensitive to your needs, and again, we really appreciate it. Appreciate your comments. So just want to make sure that we communicate that. Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Valdez?
Good morning, board members. My name is Leah Valdez, and I'm the Director of Exceptional Services for St. Helena Parish School District. I'd first like to thank you for your commitment to raising the standard for Louisiana's education system. I'd also like to thank you for considering the concerns of educators, families, and stakeholders. I believe that when working together, we can find solutions where every student succeeds. Impartiality, fairness, justness are all words used to describe equity. Providing equitable practices for equitable outcomes for all of our learners is the essence of what we do. What this accountability measure is proposing is the work that St. Helena is already doing, as my superintendent so eloquently stated earlier. While the proposal increases opportunities for our children to graduate with advanced credentials and college credits, we must also consider the unintended consequences for rural school districts and for our most vulnerable population. Some of the challenges we face and will continue to face are difficulties attracting qualified staff to work in a rural location, a lack of long-term funding for required courses, college courses, and staff training, a critical shortage of highly qualified staff to fulfill course requirements, the broadband issues in the community that hinder access to Wi-Fi in some homes, out-of-state schools not accepting credits, which is a waste of district resources and parent resources that are already compromised. Failure to pass a dual enrollment course with the C or better can negatively impact a child's transcript and affect his or her chances of earning an academic band or athletic scholarship, which would also be a financial loss to the school district. And finally, college courses will be an added stress to learners with significant cognitive disabilities. We need your support in order to make this work. We do believe in accountability, and with your support, we need additional funding to attract qualified teachers to work in the rural locations. We need your support to provide necessary funding for teacher training, dual enrollment courses, and advanced credential courses, expansion of broadband services in rural school communities, dual enrollment option for exceptional learners. If the course is passed with a C or better, I believe that the school should receive bonus points. For ACT scores of 21 or better, I believe that the school should receive bonus points for exceptional learners as well. The work that you're doing is a tall task, and it will take time. I'm confident that in the end, there will be equity and we will eliminate barriers for all children and school districts across the state. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Ms. Strickland.
My name is Angela Strickland. I'm the Director of Special Programs and Initiatives in St. Louis Parish. I'm also a parent of a public school student here in the state. And knowing that my child has told me for the past 3 years that he has no desire to ever go to college, that he wants to be just a blue-collar worker, it hurts my heart as a parent that he won't count as much when he achieves his high school diploma as a child who wants to go to college. Not all students in Louisiana will go to college. Think about our grocery stores. You all grocery shop. If we don't have anybody to work them, you gonna farm your own? What about those fast food places we stop at when it's convenient because we're away from home? If we don't have anyone to work them? What about our 18-wheelers? That's how most places get the resources we use on a daily basis. But we're telling our kids by passing this, they don't matter as much as someone who's sitting there with an associate's degree at 18. They don't count as much as someone who went and got a welding certificate. They just don't count as much. So think to your own children. Do you want somebody looking at them and telling them you don't matter as much as the child sitting next to them? Some children struggle with simple tasks. Some children simply don't want to go to college. But with this, you're not only penalizing them, but you're also penalizing their school because they have a child who thinks a little differently than everyone else. I won't be that parent who holds it over her child's head and tells them they have to go to college. My parents didn't do it to me. And I'm not going to be that parent who does it to theirs. But I will stand up for the right that their high school diploma should count just as much as everyone else's. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Strickland. Can we have come to the table Christy Nettles, Joshua John Paul, and Leslie Jacobs? And can we have come to the seating area Tracy Womack, Bruschetta Felder, and Patricia Clark. Okay, Ms. Nettles.
Good afternoon. My name is Christy Nettles, and I am the Director of Academic Programs for ELA and Social Studies in St. Helena Parish School District, and I've been there for close to 13 years. We are not against accountability. We are against accountability that is inequitable. We are not against meeting high academic standards. We are against meeting academic standards that for some of our learners, though it's achievable, may be inequitable. I'd like to start by asking one simple question. How can we determine a learner's future? The answer is simple, we can. Though we may have a plethora of data that we have collected, the data only focuses on the present. Learners' futures should not be defined by opportunities that lend themselves to inequitable circumstances. For AP courses, dual enrollment, and industry-based certification, for these programs to be effective, it needs to have a steady and predictable source of funding that's equitable for all learners and instructors to teach these courses. How would these courses be funded? What if a learner just earns a high school diploma? 25 points is the worth of a learner who has earned what they may have worked so hard to achieve. Every learner matters. With the shortage of teachers, finding educators to teach advanced placement courses is a reality. It's difficult. College and career readiness is not defined as you must go to college to get a career. There are questions to be answered and inequities to be addressed with this accountability system. Educational equity means that every learner should have access to the educational resources and rigor that they need at that moment in their education. We ask that you not only rethink St. Helena, but you rethink the accountability system. Thank you.
Mr. John Paul.
Good afternoon, members of the board. My name is Joshua John Paul, the Executive Director of Academic Programs at St. Helena, and also 2018 Louisiana Teacher of the Year finalist. First of all, I would like to thank the board for all the initiatives and relentless efforts in improving standards of Louisiana education system. While we are not against raising the standards, we have grave concerns about the progress that are made in small rural districts like ours, which struggle with many issues. The new system forces the students to take 4 DE courses in order to earn 100 points. If they're not making a C or higher, it negatively affects their GPA, which hinders their possibility of getting top scholarships when they apply for colleges. Furthermore, all these DE courses they earn in high schools are not accepted by all colleges or not transferable to all the other colleges. What about the students who enter into college without these DE requirements? These non-DE students, which include special needs students, earn millions of scholarships through many other avenues such as band, sports, art, and other extracurricular activities. The chances of receiving points through these avenues have slimmed under this new system. Is BESE planning to fund these districts that cannot afford IB or AP programs? These kind of programs are offered only in 10 schools in the entire state. What plans does LUA have to fund such districts that cannot afford these programs? The award points for ACD workies under the new accountability system are reduced, and it impacts our districts immensely. These tests are meant to measure the students' abilities, strengths, and weaknesses in the professional and technical areas. It greatly helps our students to seek job opportunities that suits their interests. The ultimate goal of education is to prepare our students for the workforce. Why would LUOE discourage the students and system by lowering these reward points? With the severe shortage of qualified teachers, preparing our teachers and students for these DE courses, an ACT LEAD test has been a difficult task. Not only that, the technical college, which is located in our area, struggle with the shortage of teachers as well. The new system seems to be encouraging the affluent communities more. Another last point that I would like to make is most of these standardized assessments stop at the 10th grade level. So the students do not take these tests, such as Algebra 2 pre-cal tests, seriously. Many of these test items come from these areas. So this is one of the reasons why Louisiana students don't score well on ACT scores. Thus, I urge the members of BESE to consider the area of progress made by the students from rural districts and take necessary steps to address their deficiencies in the new system and make it equitable to all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Jacobs.
First members of BESE, it's a pleasure to be here. It feels very different to be sitting here and not there, but I don't envy you your job. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I'm here today to speak strongly in favor of adoption of this proposed accountability. And if I could give this to be handed out,
Max, please. Thank you.
Back in 1998, when I didn't have gray hair, BESE adopted the first accountability model, and we issued the first scores in 1999. Our goal was to grow. Louisiana was one of the lowest in the nation, and we said, okay, we can issue scores that say you're really bad, or we can focus accountability on saying, how do we motivate our educators, our community to really focus on growth? Because if we can grow faster than the rest of the country, we will move up. I asked them to hand out these 4th grade NAEP scores. I worked this last night in preparation of speaking. If you look at 1998 and 2000, this is the percent. I looked at 4th grade reading and 4th grade math.
We had in 1998, 56% of our students were below basic in reading. From 1998 until this current accountability model was adopted, we emphasized growth. Legislature required BESE to come in with a single score, make it a letter grade, and in that whole process, growth got de-emphasized. From 2015 to we shrunk. We went from 56% of our kids below basic to 37%, and we were celebrating that growth. If we could get every student at basic, we should do a dance in the street and call it a statewide holiday. Because a basic student has the numeracy and literacy to succeed in career technical education and in traditional four-year college education. Mastery can be aspirational, but we need to get to basic. But from 2015 to 2019, our fourth grade reading scores, I think, went back up from 37 to 45% of our students are below basic. Similar story in math. So I think it is incredibly important and cannot speak strongly enough to up the weight in the K formula to 40% growth. But I also very much agree with Mr. Mellon. If you're going to put growth at this much, you need a very valid growth measure. And in all deference to the status quo, I don't believe it is a good measure. We have over 70% of our schools getting A, B's, and C's in growth, yet we are not growing as a state. And in New Orleans, where I know things better than other places, we're not getting that differentiation between schools that are truly doing exemplary academic growth versus those that are just maintaining their students. Am I out of time?
Yes, ma'am. Please conclude.
Well, I have some thoughts on high schools, and maybe someone will ask me a question.
I've got questions. I've got questions.
Mr. Castillo.
Well, first of all, I'd like to get your thoughts on high school, but I've got some more detailed questions. So that's my first question. What are your thoughts on high school?
Thank you for asking. I strongly support the high schools, and I've listened to the districts, and I appreciate it. We're coming out of COVID. There's burnout. We're asking high schools to do different things. I mean, in the past, I chaired high school redesign for BESE, and the gentleman asked, where's the business community? I chaired workforce for Greater New Orleans, lobby statewide commission for Governor Blanco, and I would tell you, the business community overwhelmingly is strongly for this, because this proposal does something very important. It says, in essence, we have half of our seniors are not taking a full load senior year. Louisiana is number 6 in the nation, in the top 5 in the nation of opportunity to use. Students not in school and not working. Well, in New Orleans, Greater New Orleans area, not just Orleans Parish, the Cowan Institute delved further. And 6 out of 10 of those opportunities have a high school diploma. These are our high school graduates who are not working and not in school. Why? Because we're not doing the job to prepare them. We have defined the high school job as to get them across the stage and celebrate, and I heard a number of superintendents say that's our job. And I challenge that as the mission of high schools today in 2022. Their job is not just to run across the stage, it is to prepare them for their next step in life. And what is wonderful about the proposal before you is it's a menu. And various superintendents or speakers come up and say, well, we can't do it because we don't have IB. I get that. We don't have AP, I get that. But if you have a kid below grade level, which St. Helena has a lot, you get 25 points for graduating that student. You get 25 bonus points for graduating that student. If you do a work-based learning experience, you get another 25 points. And many of these kids are working because they've got to put food on the table. And then if you do career exploration and let them get a basic credential, that's 50 points. That's 125 points when about, I think, 80 or 90 would be an A on the accountability structure. Because you're not doing this on a 150-point scale, you're doing it on a 100-point scale. So there are many ways for schools to earn points. I've heard a lot of talk about resources. So I asked Mr. Bradford and some others, because I know in New Orleans, we heard the resource issue because I'm a co-founder of Youth Force NOLA and I serve as their chairman. At the same time, schools were returning money to the state. There was $2.5 million in supplemental course allocation not used, $30 million roughly returned from the Career Development Fund, and I'm reading my notes, I think it's $19.6 million from like the Title Student Services funds. And if you really determine there's not enough money, then I urge BESE to look at your HE funding and maybe do some special grants for some rural districts to help them get better access to career technical or dual enrollment. And schools can use this one-time federal money to go and get their teachers certified that they can teach dual enrollment at higher ed. And I've heard concerns of what would Board of Regents think. Well, you heard at the last meeting, Dr. Monty Sullivan come in and say, LCTCS is strongly aligned with this. We need to rethink how we use our time in schools. We need to redirect resources. We need to give young people this exposure. So when they leave, they just don't drop off the cliff and become our opportunity. That's what I think of the high school.
I do have one more follow-up.
Ms. Joe?
Real quick, you said something that I think, given the conversations we've had for the larger part of the last year about this, might be provocative. So I just want to give you a minute to say a little bit more about BASIC, because most of us think about BASIC and think that's obviously the threshold, but we need our students to go much further. That's been a discussion we've been having here. Can you literally just clarify what you meant by BASIC?
I can, and it's only, so leaving BESE, part of what I've done is my brother and I have a promise program where we are now providing college assistance to around 200 students from the New Orleans area who will all be first and failing to go to college. We work with UNO and ULL. In talking to both of those universities, they don't really value ACT. But you have to have a minimum ACT of 18 and 19. When BESE did an equating study of BASIC and ACT, a BASIC student is an 18 to 19 ACT student. That student has a numeracy and literacy to go to college. Their success in college will not be based on their ACT score. The highest indicator is their GPA. Do they have the study skills and motivation to work in college? So I would argue a BASIC student who wants to go to a four-year institution and has the work habits will succeed. They also have the numeracy and literacy to succeed in technical training. Now, they may be missing many other things. I mean, part of our frustration with, and one reason I'm so for this, we've gotten our first cohort at UL level 3, and it's 65% persistence, which is incredibly high for first and family, for students of color going to college. But I'm now dealing with seniors and graduates who don't have a clue what they want to do, and they've never done a resume. They don't know the proper attire. They didn't know how to utilize career services because high schools haven't known that space and colleges haven't known that space. I think it is critically important that, there hasn't been enough discussion on the work-based learning that was added into this because students are working to partner with the business and say, let's give you feedback. Did you show up on time? Did you come prepared? Etc. It is a huge gain for what employers want. Employers will tell you soft skills are probably more important than hard skills in preventing young people from getting jobs.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Mr. Castillo.
Yes, so you passed around a document that unfortunately the audience can't see, but I'd like to ask you questions about it. First of all, it gives the page results from 1998 through 2019, fourth grade reading, fourth grade math. And in that document, it suggests, the chart and the graph, that from 1998 to 2019, if you look at the above basic number, which is what you've not focused on so far, is that in 1998, we went from 17% to 26% passing NAEP, doing well on NAEP with me.
Yeah, we went from above basic 17 to 29.
I said 26 because I was referring to 2019.
Oh, I'm sorry, okay, yes.
So 1998 to 2019, from 17 to 26. And in math, in 2000, the percentage of students scoring above basic was 14, and then it went up to 29. And I point these things out because I really want to address a question since you're usually perceived as the architect behind the accountability system, good or bad. How much value has the system now? because what we're asked to do today is to tweak an existing system that exists, that's been around for quite some time. Some would question whether we needed one in the first place and whether we've gotten the desired results from it. The second question is, we've got one, maybe it's delivered some results. What's being presented today, will it move the needle enough in data that makes it all worthwhile? Obviously, folks in the audience have very different opinions about that. All very good, valid points that we make. We ultimately have to make a decision about all of this. I like your thoughts because you're the architect behind all of this, for good or for bad.
So accountability is a tool. It's not the tool, it's a tool. So I want to talk, one is I do feel that it's an important tool because it does a number of things. It motivates the adults in the system to direct their efforts where you're placing value. And I'm going to give 2 examples, and I'm probably going to wade into some hot water. And I apologize because I'm not clear which direction the hot water is in. So the first thing I'm going to talk about is reading. I applaud what your superintendent has done and focus on science-based reading. Legislature passed a law, you need to do science-based reading. I know from my engagement in schools, some schools are doing science-based reading by checking the box, and other schools are really embracing science-based reading. The more you weight growth in K-8, the more schools will embrace science-based reading, because they'll see that growth in the scores, and it may be moving the student from unsat to high unsat, or from low approaching basic to high approaching basic. Those are still real gains, because those are some large areas, and move them along their journey to basic. If you don't weight growth enough, right now your K-8 scores are so tied to socioeconomic status. I'm a teacher, I'm a principal, and I might say, why do this? Because I've got poor kids, and even when I'm good, I can never be a C. To me, if growth is valued correctly, if I am an A performer in growth, and I have all poor kids coming in that enter kindergarten not knowing their numbers of letters, I should be able to get to be a C at least. Okay, in the past we might have said you were academically unacceptable, but you were exemplary academic growth. Now those are married. So yes, I think accountability is really important. And I'd add that there's nothing precluding this board and the administration from really celebrating growth, which I would urge you to do. The second example I'm going to give you is in the high school piece. We've worked to bring career technical education to New Orleans. So when U4 NOLA began, say 5 years ago, there was we had less than 50 credentials in any high-wage, high-demand pathways. The graduating class of 2020, we hit our goal of 20% had credentials. But it's been pushing the rock up the hill because schools are taking a lot of this money where it's flexible and they're putting it into ACT prep. Because the current model says ACT prep is 25 points. It's worth more than what credentials were when you actually go through how all the things are weighted. Whereas to a student, there's not a whole lot of value. There's value in getting them to TOPS, so getting them to TOPS opportunity, getting them to TOPS tech. But there's no correlation to how they'll do in college to their ACT score. There's no correlation to how they do in their job. Redirecting some of that energy and resources into getting dual enrollment, AP, career technical, work-based learning, all these options that will better help them in their next journey, the next leg of their journey, is probably a much better use of school resources. By the weights in this formula, you will see some schools redirecting those resources.
So, I've talked a little bit about the weights. So, with the proposal as it stands today, it is proposed that the assessment index be given 15% of the weight, and the progress index, the two combined, also comes to 15%. And then the ACT/work keys component ends up being 15% also. that's a departure, a difference from what we have now. How is that better than the existing weights that we have in place currently today?
Again, I think those were two excellent changes. ACT has way too much correlation to what home environment did a student get raised in.
What do you mean by that?
I mean, it's very highly correlated to socioeconomic status. I mean, there's a ton of vocabulary words. I may know something and not have the vocabulary.
The audience can't hear you.
I'm sorry.
Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. ACT has a huge correlation to socioeconomic status. EOCs are much more aligned to what is taking place and in the control of a high school. You're teaching that English course. You're teaching that math course. So I applaud the extra weight, and I applaud the weight on growth. The growth component is really the only place in the high school accountability that there's growth. If you have grad index, you have strength of career and college readiness, which is really how are you spending your time senior year, because school can get an A if they take senior year and think about how they spend their time senior year. But that growth on the EOCs is the only place where there's true growth measured. And it's as best I think you can do because you're comparing 8th grade performance to 10th grade performance. But at least it is less tied into socioeconomic status. It unlinks it some. If your model's so tied in, and I left, at K-8, you can tell me the demographic makeup of your school, and as long as it's not selective admission, I can tell you what your letter grade is going to be. That's not a good system.
So what you said drives me to another concern. The other concern is, as it relates to my colleague, who I respect dearly, Mr. Mullins, the proposed substitute or amendment as it relates to the growth component for K-8. And that came up as a way of addressing an issue that I was concerned about with that section M that you and I talked about. And that is, there's been a lot of discussion about needing to add more weight, more value to growth, because that is an area, irrespective of the socioeconomic status of kids, where you incentivize schools to take on those kids, or at least not be disappointed because of the demographics of kids. In fact, look for that as an opportunity to serve more kids. And when that section M was put in there, it put at risk, in my opinion, the ability to increase the weight from 25% to 40%. I understand Mrs. Muller's point about, well, let's make sure we know what growth is, how we measure it. But I didn't want to approve something today if we got to that point, and there be a reversionary clause in the language that allows it to revert back from 40% back to 25%, given all that you just said and all the superintendents. Mr. Muller offers as a solution, well, wait a minute, we can do that today by saying you have to go from one level to the next over the course of 3 years to be given any sort of credit. And so I said at the beginning of the call, is that enough? Because I wasn't familiar enough with the nuances of how we move to one level or next. And several superintendents pointed out the fact that you can grow without moving from one level to the next and still have a substantial amount of growth, but that may not be captured in what we were thinking might be a compromise with what Mr. Muller proposed, because you could still have a fair amount of growth, which is what we all want to incentivize, but that substitute, that amendment may not actually adequately address the inadequacies in the methodology of how we calculate growth.
I have a number of answers to that. First is, it's 3 consecutive years. If you've had substantial growth within the performance level 2 years in a row, my instinct is you've moved to performance level, and definitely within 3 years. But I think it's it's a very good political solution, and I don't mean that flippantly. You have a group of people that really want growth to count. I am in that corner. You have another group of people who say, okay, you can convince me on growth, but I don't trust the current growth measurement because too many schools are getting good grades on growth and we're not growing as a state. So I think Mr. Melron's solution is as good as any other because I think BESE needs to get together part of the challenge with the current growth model comes from the test, and there aren't enough questions, I've been told, in the below basic level to really start measuring with enough precision the movement below basic. Those questions, more questions are being added this spring. You're going to have a whole new set of data. I think you bring in your psychometricians, you bring in some experts, you have a participatory process that deals with some of the concerns you've heard here. I believe there is a way to measure growth that should be an 11-0 vote. It is totally in the state's interest to get a good measurement of growth. And I believe the compromise is a backstop to those who say, I'll vote for 40, but we're not going to just inflate, and pardon the word inflate, we're not going to give every school all these growth points when they're not growing. It gives those who want 40 points, you have 40 points, and it gives you time. This takes effect in 2025. It gives you time to look at the data, run your modeling, get the new data coming in for these tests, talk to experts, and figure out how do you do a better job measuring.
Do we need, Ms. Jacobs, that language, that substitute motion to accomplish what you just said?
I think you do to get 6 votes.
I'm sorry.
I mean, you're right. It is. I said I preference. I think it's a very good political solution. And this is just an aside, but what's happened too much in our politics, I will confess, I was a Democrat and all the Democrats thought I was a Republican, and all the Republicans knew I was a Democrat. And so I kind of went in no man's land. Politics is really the art of finding compromise. We kind of lost sight of that as a country, as everybody does an ideological stance. I applaud BESE that you might find a compromise that leads you in the right direction and gives you time to fix growth, because I agree with Doris. You got to figure out, what does growth look for special needs kids? What does growth look like there? I mean, it's more complicated, but you have the time and you have given yourself the space and you've set up a process that can get you there. On the same time, you need to vote on this. Someone said 2 years isn't enough time to start moving in high schools. We have to move. Our kids, and I wrote down, somebody else said we need it beneficial for all concerned, most importantly for our students. I am living every day watching our kids graduate from high school, and they are lost. And you've heard from business people, I can't hire the kids, but I have jobs open. And you've heard from higher ed, they're not ready. We have to do high school differently. And this is an opportunity that I beg you not to let pass you by.
Okay, one last question. And the last question to Ms. Jacobs is Mr. Byler. Superintendent Byler, you raised one of the more compelling examples of why this might be not the best way to construct the formula. The example that you gave of the student with the 34 on the ACT, played 4 sports, obviously did very well, graduated valedictorian, and was only valued at 50 points for her school. Did I get that right?
If they scored 6 matches.
If they scored matches.
If she scored
6 scores, that's
right.
another one of the.
If we make that assumption, that disturbs me. That's an extraordinary performance of the student not to give credit, more credit for a school. So I asked Ms. Jacobs, in fairness to everyone, I asked Ms. Jacobs the same question because it bothered me because that was such a great example. And so Ms. Jacobs, and if someone else wants to get a good offer rebuttal, I wouldn't be opposed to that. But Ms. Jacobs, what's your response to that? What's your response to that? Because it's a great point, and I think I've had at least 1 or 2 other superintendents to share similar types of examples where students did extraordinarily well in high school. But the way we have our the proposed formula, the school and the district would get very little.
So that student will earn a solid A+, in the high school. So let's talk about it in the new model. They will get 125 points on a 100-point scale for all of the EOCs. They will get 125 points on a max 100-point scale for your ACTs. They will get, I think it's, I don't know what the max is on the grad index, is it 100 or 110?
Call it 111.
Okay. When she gets 111 points for you on the graduation index. So on the career and college readiness, you got 50 points. This isn't on the 150. In this new model, yes, she's not getting an A on that scale, but she's getting, it's probably, I don't know what the 50 is C.
That makes no sense.
Okay, but here's my challenge back to you. You have 2 years to change the culture of the high school.
I pride myself in the culture I built at the high school.
Good job. I used to
Direct your comments to the board, please.
Let me reframe that, please use my words wisely, and I apologize. There is an opportunity in the.
Mr. Castillo, would you like to withdraw your question, or are you looking to get an answer to your question?
I'm asking only, that's my last question.
Okay.
So
We're still looking for an answer to your question.
So one is, yes, she earned 50 points on the college and career readiness. I think over time, more students will elect to take dual enrollment, to do AP, as schools increase their offerings or encourage it more or give different counseling to urge students to do it. Because I have watched students of that level still struggle in college. I've watched Ivy League schools admit students like that and have to come in with special programs because of their difficulty in transition to college. And the data is very compelling on how strong getting in high school these types of courseworks and experience under the belt help. But there will be anomalies. There are going to be some students that maybe get more points than they should or fewer points than they should. But in terms of how you are graded, in terms of what score your school gets, this student will earn you an A+.
Okay, Mr. Miller, you waive? Okay. That concludes your speaking. Okay. Do we have someone that wants to offer a rebuttal? We have very much indulged the questions, and some of these issues were not on the floor when we had our speakers. Could you fill out a card as soon as you finish, please? You can do it when you finish.
You can speak and then fill it out.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Jason St. Principal. 2 minutes. Jason St. Pierre, Principal at Walker High School. With all due respect to the BESE board member, when they try to, he cannot explain the process of the proposal that's stepping up, and it's still, and you guys are going to vote on it. I'm supposed to implement it as a principal. So to answer your question, Mr. Castillo, I got kids in my school. I got to do 3 dual enrollment credits to get the same as an AP. Which one are the kids? The parents want the dual enrollment. It's frustrating. It's my second BESE board meeting. And it's frustrating when the board can't express what the proposal is, and you guys are asking questions, and the kids are still losing. I graduated high school in 1988. I told you that last time. The first LEAP test was given in 1989. The needle still hasn't moved, and we're spending millions of dollars trying to come up with solutions for kids, and the needle hasn't moved, and the kids are still losing. I don't know how we vote for a proposal that the own BESE member can't even explain it. That's ludicrous, and we're supposed to implement it and go back to our constituents and try to explain it. I think it's a very difficult part to swallow for people, even on both sides of where you stand at. So I thank you not to vote for this and go back to the drawing table and bring people in the room that really helps students in our state and in our parishes and be effective when they graduate high school, whatever pathway they want to take, they have the ability to do so. So thank you.
Thank you. Can we get Patricia Clark to the table, Rashida Felder to the table, and Tracy Womack to the table, please? And can we get on seating in the chairs behind the table, Latia Brown, Justin Davis, and Fagan Davis.
Hello, everyone. My name is Tracy Womack. I'm the Director of the Nutrition and Wellness for St. Helena District. But I come to you today as a resident of that great parish. Quality education is essential for everyone, and having it only is more critical. Accountability within the school system is intended to provide a way of improving academic standards and encourage teachers to find ways for their kids. Being a small rural area, our academic success and the success of our system often go unnoticed. Our children move on and lead successful life. And I am an example of that fact. Yet people want to criticize us and think that we are not worthy to speak up. But let me remind you that back in 1956, we was the first parish in this state to sue for equal rights for our people. So we know how to stand up for our rights. St. Helena School District has grown to be a great district. The letter grade that's hanging over our head never ever changed the accountability we have to endure. As a resident of St. Helena Parish, my husband and I, we raised our kids, and now we are rearing our grandkids in the same system. When raising my children, the school accountability was coming, and not all disproved. However, now it seems as if it is constantly changing, making us feel like we are failures. We are not failures by a long shot. We are winning. This proposal that you're voting on is not yes. And it does not provide support for the challenges that we are facing simply because of our location. So before you vote yes, please think about this decision and how it will impact rural districts and all districts. And know that our citizens and our community will still stand up for what's right. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'm sorry, was that Ms. Borman?
Yes.
Okay. Ms. Felder.
Hello, I'm Michelle Felder. I'm an administrator in the St. Helena Parish School District. I'm here to strongly oppose the proposed accountability system. Let's be clear, we're not opposed to rigorous standards and expectations. We oppose the system because it's simply not equitable for our learners or teachers. As always, it's a top-down approach that is disadvantageous for our underserved communities and learners, and is guaranteed to negatively impact most Black and brown students. Due to circumstances that are completely out of their control, our learners are already into grade school less prepared than their more affluent counterparts. And the proposed system will widen the gap. Yes, from time to time, funds are dispersed for certain needs, but what happens when the funds are not nearly enough to sustain the programs that are put into place? Then what? Why put a system into place that's absolutely unattainable for small, rural, underprivileged communities like ours, and in turn expect us to lie down and accept being called failures? Has anyone ever considered a bottom-up approach? Instead of constantly moving and purposely raising the bar so high that it's literally impossible for most of our learners to reach, has anyone seriously thought of a bottom-up approach that assists rural, low-income school districts with addressing some of the disparities before unfairly penalizing our learners for things that are out of their control? Something else I want you all to consider. The average learner attends approximately 2,431 days of grade school. That's 19,448 hours that it took them to obtain that diploma. And that's only worth 25 points. 25 points. So imagine working 4 years for the State Department and you only get 25,000 for your 4 years. How would that make you feel? Lastly, if this will be the system that's put forth or anything similar to this, we have to guarantee access to the resources that will make the accountability system equitable for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
I'm Patricia Clark, I'm from St. Helena. Whereas I cannot support this proposition due to its inequitabilities, I would like to thank the BESE board for finally recognizing the long, proud heritage of military in our state. You have included a military clause in there that, although I believe should be higher worth in points, will encourage our students who have no equity in college, no reason to join any other thing, to join the military and become better at what they do. Our military transforms people into great citizens. They provide us with EMTs, firefighters, police officers, doctors, lawyers, you name it. Being in the military is like being in a college, and our students do have the option to earn college credit with the military. Thank you very much for proposing this, and I hope this part stays in and that you consider raising the value of this organization.
Thank you, Ms. Clark. Okay, can we get to the table, please? Mr. Davis, and Ms. Brown. And can we get on deck in the chairs, please? Donna Jackson, Gordon Ford, and Bernard McPherson. Mr. Fagan Davis, start with you, please.
Okay, well, good afternoon. My name is Fagan Davis III. I am a graduate of St. Helena Parish. I'm also on the St. Helena Broadband Committee, and I'm a business owner with a business in St. Helena Parish, Michael's Productions. And we started this company years ago in 2016, and we've been working in this parish for a long time. And as a graduate from St. Helena, coming from New Orleans, and it was a culture shock in terms of how rural it is, and how cut off, and how disadvantaged, and how hard it is to be, to level up with other districts and surrounding parishes and bigger districts or the cities. The resources is difficult. And so I came from a family full of educators and teachers, and so understanding having those resources were kind of like, I took for granted, and it's not really available for a lot of people. So having seen and working with these students, working in this community, I understand as a business owner, it plays a part, and we take it for granted, coming, from New Orleans or living in Cameron or other bigger cities, and having access to broadband, having access where I can go to the encyclopedia, I can go Google stuff, and it's instant. Out there, it's not, it's cut off. And I'm proud to be from St. Helena Parish because it made me who I am. I went on into Louisiana Tech, major in economics. I came back because I wanted to give back to these kids. I wanted to give back to my community because I see that there is a gap and they're unheard. They're cut off. You know, even in Hurricane Ida, looking at communication about, you know, storm resources, it focused mainly on Baton Rouge and New Orleans. But there's a area, and St. Helena Parish is one of those areas that are not being mentioned and not being looked at and not being considered how disadvantaged they are with these resources. And so understanding that, just take that into consideration as you guys look at the proposal of what they have to go through and how hard it is to, you know, we're looking at equity, you know, making things more equitable for these kids. And it's hard. And they're really talented. And they're not, the value is not based off of one grade or one factor. It's multi. There's very talented students and learners that have a bright future and they need an opportunity and they need equity. So that's all I have for today. And I'm just here as a business owner and a member of that community. So.
Mr. Gordon.
Yes, sir. Mr. Morris.
So, again, I appreciate your comments coming from the St. Helena School District. After I visited the campus, I followed up with my concern about broadband access to the Governor's Office of Broadband Expansion. I checked with them again last week in anticipation of this conversation today, and the president of the, what's your president's great term, but the executive director of the Governor's Office of Broadband Expansion gave me the list of investments that are forecasted in the school districts in the state of Louisiana. I didn't see St. Helena on the list. Then I asked him why not. He said, well, they didn't apply. So I'm really interested in trying to connect the dots here. You know, you're engaged in that technology, in that industry. Can you help me understand why either St. Helena didn't apply or there's some other reason why that they didn't take advantage of that opportunity? Can you just help me connect the dots there?
Yeah, sure. So, you know, when we formed that committee, and there's a lot of government organizations within police, jury, and individuals. So I came on board later on. But from my understanding is they're actually starting the process. There are companies coming in. There is broadband being brought there. It's just not there yet. So there's.
I was told by the Governor's Office of Broadband Expansion. He gave me the complete list of projects that are planned right now where the funding's been approved. Projects are in process because they've been approved. So that list includes those that have been approved, those that have a project in process, and St. Helena is not on the list. So this is an initiative that focuses number one on serving first before anybody else, homes, students, schools, whatever, that don't have broadband access. That's number one. Before anybody else gets $1, these get served first. So if there's any issue with connectivity, then I would expect that St. Helena would be on top of the list. So I'm happy to meet with you afterwards and introduce you to meet the Ingar and his work and keep you guys in the queue. But I was really just blown away that, you know, St. Helena hadn't applied. So I just want to share that with you guys, and again, have to meet with you offline because I think given my previous comments, it's been a real enriching experience for me in my own education to participate in a program where I do have that connectivity to the university in another state, and something I wanted to study. So I appreciate the same opportunity at the high school level. It's all about connectivity, and this is money that's readily available. And you guys should be at the top of the list. So just do everything I can to help you guys to take advantage of that opportunity. So happy to connect with you anytime.
If I can say something. In due diligence, the parish government.
Can we get your name, please?
My name is Edward Galvin. The parish government last year, in the timely application, the parish government failed. The parish government failed to apply in a timely manner to be on that list. Since then, the Economic Development Board and others, his organization, we have got together and we have pushed the process and we have applied. So in other words, it has happened, but it was the parish government that failed to apply in a timely manner when the funds were first available.
Thank you for that. And again, if you need any additional help, making that connection, happy to help out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morris. And thank you, Mr. Davis. Can we have Justin Davis, please?
Yes, I'm Justin Davis. I'm also a graduate of St. Helena High back in 2012. I was basically coming just to not really reiterate what everyone is saying, but to say that I think they're not saying that they don't want accountability, but I just think that they want a more equitable, as they say, way of doing it, especially in the rural areas that we're from. So just to, this is actually very intimidating. Just want to say that, just a little bit. Just to think about that when y'all are coming to a decision, and don't leave the little people out, or don't put them in the water and drown us out, if that makes any sense. So, yeah.
Thank you. Ms. Brown?
Good afternoon, board members. I'm originally from the rural state of Mississippi, and I will never forget how my school system provided opportunities for me. While in high school, I did not feel like a strategic plan was implemented for my school district to obtain guaranteed success in their accountability system. Everything felt authentic. And high school was simply just a place for me to just be a high school student with no added pressure, just guaranteed learning success. I was truly able to enjoy high school, and my school district could continue to build upon my excitement of becoming a college student. With that said, I chose to become a school counselor because I wanted to make sure all learners felt like I did, where my accomplishments, achievements, and experience matter as a high school student. As the director of post-secondary opportunities for St. Helena Parish School District, I understand the need to ensure that all learners are college and career ready. Graduation has always been a huge accomplishment in families. However, the proposed College and Career Acceleration Index says otherwise, and is not equitable among all districts. Colleges reward millions of scholarship dollars academically and to athletes, to learners who graduate without dual enrollment courses or career and technical education credentials. But the new proposed accountability system will only award the school districts of those same learners 25 points. How will rural school districts survive this type of implementation successfully? In our school district, there is a need to minimize the access and opportunity gap for our learners. However, the proposed College and Career Acceleration Index does not guarantee access or equitable opportunities for our learners. I also want to speak to Ms. Jacobs, who did not take heed to our shirts that we wore today and rethink St. Helena. That was very distasteful for her to call out our learners who's learning every day, to say we were at the bottom. We're trying to rewrite that narrative. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, can we get up to the table Donna Jackson, Gordon Ford, and Bernard McPherson, and can we get into the chairs, David Shepard, Kalanda Corley, and Terrence Lockett. Ms. Jackson.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everyone. My name is Donna Jackson. I'm from St. Helena Parish. In St. Helena Parish, we strive to provide an equitable learning environment to ensure learner success. We envision a productive school culture where learners will always be at the forefront. We'll always stand relentless and firm when it comes to our kids. As we come today, it is not about requesting a handout or some type of recognition. It is about wanting to provide an equitable experience for our learners. By no means are we against high standards. We're about doing things in an equitable way. Based upon the changes with the strength of the diploma index, beginning in the 2025-26 school year, exceptional learners earning a regular high school diploma will earn 25 points, but now they earn 100 points. How is that even possible? You are making these proposals based upon what type of criteria? An exceptional learner must take and pass at least 2 dual enrollment courses with a C or better. They will earn 50 points, but now they currently earn 110 points for taking one course. Make this make sense. You are setting up small rural school districts for failure, making it very difficult to reach the higher levels of the accountability system. But you know what? Our commitment to equity and achievement will not wait. Despite the obstacles and challenges, we will continue to do what's best for our learners. This is what makes us St. Helena Community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Ford.
Thank you, Mr. Garvey, BESE members. I went back and forth on whether I was going to speak today. I actually put it in my car and took it back and then gave it back again because so much has been said and you've heard a lot of my comments about this accountability system. But somebody asked me, how can I support this system given all of the things that I don't like about it? And it really comes down to 2 things. Number 1 is the percentage of growth. That's what we do in schools. We grow kids. And we have to recognize that that's the most important thing. The second thing is we graduate kids. The Career Readiness Index, I've heard a lot of talk about it. I've heard people talk about we don't have the resources for it. We want equity, all these types of things. Here's the reality. In Louisiana, we have enough funding for 63% of white kids to graduate with credentials, but only 38% of black kids graduate with credentials. In the parish where I live, 77% of white kids graduate with credentials. 27% of black kids graduate with credentials. At Lincoln Prep, every kid graduates with a credential. We are 92% economically disadvantaged. We are 20% special education. We are 85% black. And every kid graduates with a credential. Because we don't accept excuses. We don't send kids at home. We don't send kids at home at lunchtime so they can go and work fast food jobs and be prepared to be fast food workers for the rest of their lives. We keep them in school all day. And we educate them all day. And we make sure that when they leave, they are ready for what they're going to do next. This system will help us to encourage other systems to do the same thing. Not just for some kids, but for all kids. In the region where I live, every single school system in that region provides post-secondary credentials to more than half of their white kids. None of them provide 50% of their black kids. We have got to fix that. That's what equity is.
Thank you, Mr. Ford. Bernard McPherson.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Bernard McPherson. I am the proud principal of St. Helena Arts and Technology Academy in St. Helena Parish School District. Our St. Helena Parish School District motto is St. Helena Winning. We've also added the second part to that, which is Rethink St. Helena. Why? Because in our district, we've had to rethink what winning looks like. Winning isn't always coming in first place or having the most points on the board, except for the football game. But we see winning as conquering challenges better than you did the day before, the month before, and the year before. And we've done that. Even with the ever-changing accountability system in years past, we've increased our district performance score, our various school performance scores. We've had renovations done to all of the campuses in our district, even prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. But even with these wins, it seems as if the voices of small rural districts have been silenced or deemed as wanting the easy way out. This is not the case. We don't want the easy way out. However, we do not want these proposed changes to keep the perspectives of our learners out of the equation. One of the biggest changes that affect small districts in rural populations like ours is the lack of value given to work keys and more value given to AP and IB courses. And there's no way for a district where all learners receive free lunch to even start and sometimes sustain these high-cost programs. In a rural area where trade and agriculture have been the backbone of our economic development, how can the value of the pathway that measures the readiness of our learners in these areas be completely disregarded? It sets other learners in the state up for success, while other learners like ours who work just as hard are left in the shadows. We should recognize the efforts districts make to win. They should not be diminished as wanting the easy way out. Small rural districts don't complain about the hand we are dealt, but we do play them like the hand we always wanted. Why? Because our learners matter. We have always fought for a seat at the table, but it makes no sense to have a seat at the table if your voice isn't valued when you speak at the table. So please listen to the voice of a small rural district like ours and make the necessary changes that benefit and take into account all learners. We don't want easy, we want equity. Don't change the cards in our hand, but just give us an opportunity and the access to win our game. And as I close, I would like to recognize Mrs. Donna Jackson, please raise your hand. And Ms. Miranda Watson, please raise your hand as well. Can you all stand? These are our St. Helena Parish School District Human Resource Coordinators. And I welcome anyone who thinks he wants to take the easy way out, Ms. Jacobs, or anyone who wants to speak on what we're doing without seeing what we're doing, to come visit them. Fill out an application so you can cover a class and do the work that we do every day. So that thank
We have 10 comment cards. Can we have David Shepard come down? Karan Corley come down, and Terrence Locke. And Mr. Shepard, could you start us off, please?
Great. Good afternoon, members. I'm David Shepard. I'm the Director of Policy for Youth Force NOLA. We are the career-connected learning intermediary for New Orleans. We like to tell people that we're not just the people with Youth Force NOLA email addresses. We represent the schools, technical training providers, and higher education partners in government agencies, and the young people and families and communities in our collaborative. And we work with all of these stakeholders to build systems that enable young people to achieve high-wage career pathways in our region. Our work at Youth Force often leads us to key learnings that we try to share with our partners around the state, and in that capacity, I'm here today to ask you to approve the proposed accountability system. In particular, the shifts in Strength of Deployment Index, now College and Career Acceleration, align with Youth Force's envisioned graduate profile, one that will enable young people to make informed choices and achieve economic mobility. In particular, we're excited to see that the College and Career Acceleration Index includes points for college, for career technical education dual enrollment, scaffolding towards advanced industry-based credentials, meaningful work experience, and apprenticeships, all of which will lead to high-wage career pathways. If you approve the new formula, Youth Force is committed to helping New Orleans schools prepare for, identify funding for, and achieve higher standards, while also continuing to support broader efforts around the state. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Shepard.
Mr. Garvin.
Yes, sir. Mr. Morris.
Yeah. So I'm interested in the work that you guys do and the impact that you have on high school graduate flock. So can you help me understand, maybe give me a couple of examples, specific examples for what you guys do today, and then can you give me another example if the proposal is on the table is approved, then how will that change the work that you do and the outcomes from your work?
Certainly. So as I mentioned, as the career connected learning intermediary, we build systems. That's how we think of our work. And we partner with schools, training providers, and others in our ecosystem to build systems that result in our graduate profile, which results in young people leaving with advanced industry-based credentials, soft skills, some level of meaningful work experience that we think prepares them for the next step after they graduate from high school. So what this may look like for a specific student is a student may enroll in a pathway at the New Orleans Career Center, where they take a sequence of courses in healthcare or in engineering that results in an advanced industry-based credential. Also, while they're at the Career Center, they may dual enroll in courses with a local higher education partner, for example, Chamberlain School of Nursing. And then those young people also may participate in the Youth Force internship program over the summer. So that student is graduating with an advanced credential, meaningful work experience, college credit, and soft skills training that's offered through both the internship program and their technical training at their career center. What we support in the new, in the proposed accountability system is that it rewards young people for that set of experiences that we already are implementing, or we think is the right thing to do. It rewards schools for when their young people complete those meaningful experiences and earn those CTE dual enrollment credits. So we think that this will have great value and recognize the great work that our schools do when they prepare young people for college and career.
Thank you. Ms. Corbett.
How y'all doing today? Great afternoon. And since this morning, y'all owe me breakfast. I am a proud parent and disabilities advocate nationally as well as statewide. First and foremost, I am in great opposition because children with disabilities, including English language learners, are not at the forefront, and they were supposed to be topic number 1. This accountability framework did not come before the Special Education Advisory Panel as it's supposed to by federal law. So now we're going to violate a federal law. These things are supposed to come before a Special Education Advisory Panel so that they can advise BESE on how to implement this fully under Individuals with Disabilities Education Act. As we talk about what we want for accountability, I did not see where we were going to penalize these charter schools that do not take our children with disabilities. I did not see where we're going to penalize the charter schools that close and reopen under a different name. I didn't see how we were going to penalize the charter schools that actually send children back into traditional public schools after October 1st cutoff date. I do not see any consequences for what we're going to do for these schools. What about the private parochial schools? Children with disabilities can have a traditional public school pay for them to go to a private parochial school, but what is the consequence if they fail to implement IDEA? These are things that are supposed to be spelled out in your accountability framework, but it's not. You always like to model after failing school systems such as Mississippi. But what about Virginia, who has been the top federally for children with disabilities for 10 consecutive years? Why are you not modeling after that? What about looking at the National Center for Learning Disabilities that actually talk about how ESSA could be implemented to address issues for our children with disabilities? You're not advising in this accountability framework how you're going to give our school systems points and credit for children that want to matriculate into the military and take ASPAP. What about those that want to do workies? How are we going to make sure that those children, typical our children with disabilities, that actually want to go to a college, what are we doing to make sure that those children with disabilities that have an IEP, if they want to do dual enrollment, how are we making sure that that 504 plan and that school system is going to have funding to make sure that that accommodation is provided? See, this is a problem when we have people that are not educators trying to make decisions that are going to impact and affect our children. We need more educators to not just be at the forefront speaking, but to actually be on the board. We need more educators and more parents of individuals with disabilities to be at the table, so when you talk about you want to put a framework in place that would impact and affect a child like mine, you have to make sure that you know the law. Because a parent like me knows the law. Right now, your framework is going to violate their civil rights, and it is going to impact them negatively, as far as in implementing ESSA, as in implementing IDEA, and as implementing any other federal law that I come up with, including Title IX. So yes, I do think that you need to think about that before you try to pass it. And I do think that you need to remember that under IDEA, any family or any parent of a child with disability have the legal right to pursue litigation against each and every last one of you individually and collectively. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Corbett.
And Mr. Barber, I do welcome any and all questions if the BESE board have any, because I know we did allow another individual more than 20 minutes of speech. And so I welcome any and all questions. Mr. Morris, you know I'm good for the questions and the answers to follow it up. And I do have the documentation, legal documentation, because people typing up something and providing to you is not necessarily a legal fact. So I do welcome any and all questions, and I can sit here all day and give them to you.
I don't see any questions. The next speaker is Terrence Lockett. Is Terrence Lockett here? Terrence Lockett. Okay, he is with Democrats for Education Reform, and he was going to speak in support of the recommendation. Staff is saying that we have a computer issue that's going to take them roughly 5 or 6 minutes to correct.
For streaming, yes.
So we're going to take a break for 6 minutes. Thank you.